The chair calls to order this public hearing of the Scottsdale Unified School District Number 48 Governing Board on June 22nd, 2021. The time is 5 p.m. The chair will have a roll call starting from the chair's left.
Zach Lindsay.
Patty Beckman.
Julie Sanowski.
Jan Michael Greenberg. All 5 board members are present and there is a quorum. The board will now move to agenda item 2C, public hearing on adoption of proposed fiscal year 2021-2022 expenditure budget. Pursuant to ARS section 38-43102 and ARS section 15905DE, notice is hereby given to members of the governing board and to the general public that the governing board will conduct a public hearing on Tuesday, June 22nd, 2021 at 5 p.m. at Coronado High School, 7501 East Virginia Avenue, Scottsdale, regarding the adoption of proposed fiscal year 2021-2022 expenditure budget. Dr. Menzel.
Thank you, President Greenberg and members of the governing board. Tonight, Shannon Crozier is going to go over the final review of our expenditure budget. As you know, we've had conversations ever since January with respect to how this is unfolded, and we're looking forward to the final presentation and board action. Shannon.
Members of the board, Dr. Menzel, and guests. Tonight we are taking a final look at the expenditure budget for next year. We've been looking at it since January. It's been changing since January, and it's going to continue to change as the state has not adopted a budget yet. So part of this is based off of student amounts from last year or this current year. So it will change again, but it should change to the better, hopefully. So with that, because the state hasn't adopted a budget yet, the base level remains the same at $4,359. We do anticipate that going up once the budget is adopted from the state. So we will come back in September, hopefully, and present another budget revision that will have the new dollar amounts in it. This is the 6th year of Prop 123, which was enacted several years back, which was to deal with the state funding where the state hadn't funded appropriately. So it's part of the lawsuit for that part of it. This is the 6th year of it. It continues until June of 2025. It fluctuates depending on ADM. We estimate it to be somewhere around 1.4 million. Again, it'll depend a little bit. This year was higher because of less ADM throughout the state, but we anticipate that being at about 1.4 million for next year. Teacher Experience Index is decreased, but it decreased really slightly, so it is a small decrease. It does make a little bit of an effect, but it's still in a decent range of 1.0264. And then the last part, which is really great news, is that this year our DA, or District Additional Assistance, is fully restored. That's our capital fund. So that makes a huge difference for us as well for being able to provide capital needs to our schools. A couple of the budget summary highlights for this year. Classroom site fund increased significantly for next year, and there's some additional changes that are taking place. So it went from $425 per student to $733, which is huge. Part of that is one-time monies, $192 per student. So when we look at how to use those funds, we have to be careful because some of that is one-time monies, but what we'll need to do next year is meet with SEA and discuss how we can appropriately distribute those additional funds out. In addition, classroom site fund changed so that it now includes more of the categories for our student supports. Still only for certified. However, it includes now social workers, guidance counselors, instructional support staff, those type of staff. So we have more that can now receive that, which is a great thing too. So we'll be working with SEA and how that looks next year and how to deal with those additional funds and working through those new monies. This is also the 5th year of the capital override. So we'll have that until June of 2024. So we will need to, for sure, do an election for that in November of 23 if we want to continue that. Thankfully, capital overrides don't decrease like M&O overrides do, so we'll continue the full funding at $8.5 million until June of 24 when that will expire. So we still have that. Additionally, we were able to provide raises to all staff. We had set originally a 2% for certified and classified, 1.5% for principals and APs, and 1% for district administration. However, at the last board meeting, we realized we had additional funds, additional carryover from what we anticipated. And so we were able to increase that for all of our staff. So that becomes now 4% for certified and classified, 2 for principals and APs, and 1.5 for all other administrators. Going into more of the detail there, we are covering all insurance benefits for our district employees. That also includes the dependents. So there's no increase to our staff for their benefits for next year, medical insurance, those types of things. We are covering that for them. Additionally, we have the $2 million that we set aside in cash accounts to reduce the balances. We'll continue that, and we've added $2 more million into those cash accounts to get those accounts down, which is also what's helping our M&O budget so we can provide some of those raises. We have contingency for student loss. That will change, again, depending on what the state budget actually ends up looking like. Provided that our ADM stays stable where we think it's going to be, then once we have the higher dollar amount from the state from the budget, we'll have additional resources so that if our ADM is off from what we anticipate it being for next year, we have a little bit of a cushion in there to provide for that. And then we carried over quite a bit more into our budget for this year. That's actually what's kind of bridging the gap since the state hasn't given us the final number on what per pupil will be. But in looking at what we're doing and moving some of those things to cash and accounts, we think we can look at how to do a better review of our compensation and hopefully correct some of the issues that we know are out there. So we'll be looking at that as well and hopefully have the funding to address that in the future. This just takes a look at what our budget was for this current year, where we anticipate it for next year. Again, that number should hopefully go up, but it gives us about a $7 million difference, which is how we were able to provide additional resources to compensation. This is just taking a look at where all of our budget comes from. As you can see, the bulk of it comes from M&O, which is essentially salaries and benefits, utilities, and then supplies and services. But it kind of breaks down as well where some of the other funds are coming from. The next biggest group being other funds is made up of cash accounts. So that's a big chunk. And then bonds and some of the other smaller grants. Within our M&O, and I think this is important so that we know that we're putting our money in the right place. Within our M&O for Function 1000, which is direct classroom instruction, we've got 56% of our budget for M&O budgeted to instruction. When you include student support and instructional support, those are the supports that go into the classroom, like social workers, guidance counselors, registrars, instructional aides, those types of things. When you add those all together, that puts us at 71% of our budget for classroom and classroom support. So I feel like that's a good highlight for us. It really does show we are trying to put as much as we can in the budget towards the direct classroom instruction. So that just breaks down within M&O where we're spending funds. Within the capital budget, which is our next largest budget, the bulk of it really goes to technology. Technology is expensive. We have really focused on trying to put money into the classroom with software, with computers, one-to-one devices. We're going to be replacing devices for staff next year. So there's a huge, half of it is within technology. And then another large portion with furniture and equipment, instructional aids, and textbooks. And then lastly, this is just looking at the the tax rates for the future. I want to point out that the prior years are the actual. The 21-22 is an estimate. We don't actually set the rate. That's set by the Board of Supervisors. Additionally, I did it based off of a higher number, anticipating that when the budget is done, we'll have additional revenue that comes in. I didn't want to do the estimate based off of the lower budget number and then have this per pupil amount be higher. But the great thing about it is that we are continuing to go down with that tax rate. So that's a great benefit for our district, for our community. So that is an estimate, but we're generally pretty close on the estimate. So we anticipate that being 3.4965. With that, that is the budget for this year. Questions?
Thank you. Are there any board member questions or comments? Board Member Beckman?
Thank you for this. Our community continues to ask us to visit the cash that we have on hand, and certainly a year like this year would mandate that we do that. And I appreciate you reiterating, and I continue to always with the separate meeting and go over this budget, that we are addressing those cash flows. In this particular, it's important to note that for the trust cash perspective, again, that the increase in the medical insurance premiums to our employees, we are not passing on to our employees, we are letting the cash account balance in that account offset that increase, so it's not passed on to them. We are also not paying a premium for the property and casualty, which is going to be about $2 million inside of no budget to use on it, correct?
That is correct. We did not pay this year. We are not paying next year into this property casualty fund. We have balances in there that can address that. We also, we had a self-insurance trust board meeting last week where we talked about setting minimums and maximums for those accounts and what is the appropriate amounts. One of the things with that self-insurance trust, it's, we look at that and say, well, there's millions of dollars in there. I can't move expenditures into those accounts to pay. All I can do is not contribute as much to it from our M&O. One of the things we're trying to really be careful about and balance is I could not fund $11 million for the medical insurance, which is great. That would take our balance down. But then next year, I'm going to have to pick up that $11 million. And so what I don't want to do is create fiscal cliffs that we'll have to deal with in the future. So we do want to bring those down. We just have to do it slowly and incrementally so that we don't create a situation where we bring it down all of a sudden and then and use $11 million for salaries, and then now I've got to cut $11 million out of my budget the following year. So we're trying to do it kind of methodically and slowly so we can extend that out for years and we don't create a huge fiscal cliff. So we're doing that with those. We're also continuing to look at the cash account balances within indirect costs, MIPS, some of those other flexible accounts to, again, slowly bring those balances down, which is why we've moved, again, the additional $2 million this next year into those accounts to start to bring those balances down. Yes.
Thank you. Board Member Hartwells?
Thank you, Shannon, for all your work and your team's good work. This has been a bit of a moving target, maybe a little bit more so than previous years. Thank
Yes.
you. I would just like you to clarify, the Classroom Site Fund has statutory restrictions on the use of the funding. If you could just clarify for the community why you referenced the teachers specifically with respect to the Classroom Site Fund, and that's not fungible money. So if you could just give the community a little bit on that, please.
So Classroom Site Fund was actually approved by the voters, gosh, it's been, I want to say close to 20 years ago. It does have restrictions on how we can spend those monies. They've changed. They were more open originally, and then it became tighter. The money from that comes from sales tax, so it's really driven by what of our sales tax. If we're having great years, then you see higher balances given to the schools. During the recession, when things were tight, you saw those balances go down and what we could provide to the schools. But it is restricted in what we can use those funds for. It's used generally for teachers and guidance counselors that happen to have their certificate, or teaching certificate. With the changes for next year, that will open it up so that it'll still have to be for certified employees. However, it will open it to other categories besides just a classroom teacher, TOA, guidance counselor with that. So it'll open up to more staff, which is great. I will say part of that also means when you have the pie and how many pieces can go into the pie, when you put more people into that, that does change things a little bit on what we can do, like say performance pay wise. But we have so much more given to us this year that I think that'll still balance it out. But we do have quite a few restrictions on how we can use the classroom site funds.
So there were some changes this year to the classroom site. There were 3 funds, and now there is 1 fund.
Yes.
And that's lending to what you're talking about in terms of some flexibility.
We have
but
a
it's
little
still
bit
restricted.
We have a little bit more flexibility. We are actually, because the change came so late in the year, we'd already set up, rolled over for next year, set up payroll for next year. We have opted to keep So each teacher is paid by part of the classroom salary or classroom site fund. So we've kept it with the 3 buckets for this year, knowing that we could then work together with SEA to implement a better plan moving forward into the future instead of rushing something through right at the end of the year. So we can still continue to use those 3 buckets, but it's technically we only need 1.
Required to. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Are there any other questions? Thank you. The board will now move to agenda item 2D, public comments, approval of adoption of proposed fiscal year 2021-2022 expenditure budget. This will be an open call to the public. Anyone wishing to speak may speak. You will have no more than 3 minutes, and it must be germane to the budget that is proposed today for approval. With that said, is there anyone who wishes to speak and come to the podium and speak about the budget specifically? Oh. Please state your name for the record.
Eric Kurland. Governing Board, I worry about this classroom site fund just for the fact that it was no longer voter protected. So it was supposed to expire in 2020 for 20 years. The legislature extended it through their own House and Senate, so now it's no longer voter protected. So if a flat tax passes, per se, revenues then decrease, and they want to get revenues back into the system, they are able to take it from the classroom site fund. Caution, Will Rogers.
Thank you very much. Are there any further comments, public comments? With no further public comments, we will move to action item 3A, adoption of proposal fiscal year 2021-2022 expenditure budget. Are there any further comments or discussion? I would just like to note that this year and last year through ESSER and ESSER 3, ESSER 1, 2, and 3, we've been greatly benefited by the federal government providing additional aid, and this is aid in addition to what the federal government provides our school district and school districts across the state of Arizona and our nation every single year. This year, in addition to the ESSER funding, we have a proposed budget of $39 million from the federal government. So if you consider the $15 million that we're able to carry forward and remove that, if you reduce the federal funding we get, we would actually be making budget cuts and not be able to provide the amazing opportunities to the students that we get to every single year. So I just wanted to make that point as well, because the ESSER funding has been very beneficial to our students this year. With that said, the chair moves to approve action item 3A, adoption of proposed fiscal year 2021-2022 expenditure budget as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
Vice President Sinowski seconds. It is moved and seconded that the board approve action item 3A, adoption of proposed fiscal year 2021-2022 expenditure budget as presented. Are there any further comments or debate? All those in favor say aye. 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 The motion carries 5-0, and the budget is adopted. The chair moves to adjourn this public hearing of the Scottsdale Unified School District Number 48 Governing Board on June 22nd, 2021. The time is 5:19 p.m. Is there a second?
Second.
Vice President Sinowski seconds. It is moved and seconded that the board adjourn this public hearing at 5:19 p.m. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries 5-0, and the meeting is adjourned. The chair calls to order the chair calls to order this regular meeting of the Scottsdale Unified School District Number 48 Governing Board on June 22nd, 2021. The time is 5:19 p.m. Vice President Sinowski, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will have a roll call starting from the left.
Zach Lindsay.
Libby Hart-Wells.
Patty Beckman.
Julie Sinowski.
Jan Michael Greenberg. All 5 board members are present, and there is a quorum. The board will now move to agenda item 5D, approval of agenda. It has been proposed that we table items 10B, 13, 14, and 15. This is because the litigation team that was coming to present to us about the Jewel litigation, that would be an interesting one, were not able to make it, so that will be tabled and moved to August. And we have had a request to pull item 11L, that is iReady expansion to elementary schools. Are there any further amendments to the agenda? The chair moves to approve the agenda as amended. Is there a second?
Second.
Board Member Hartwell seconds. It is moved and seconded to approve the agenda as presented. Is there any debate? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries 5-0. The board will have a public comment section tonight. Originally, it was planned to limit the comment section to only 30 minutes in total as a result of the executive session and litigation discussions we had tonight. Because that is no longer on the agenda, we will allow for full public comments and hear all the public comment cards that have been submitted tonight. The board will now move to agenda item 7, student and staff recognitions and celebrations. Dr. Menzel, are there any student and staff celebrations?
There are none this evening.
Thank you. We will now move to agenda item 8, superintendent's comments. Dr. Menzel.
Thank you, President Greenberg, Vice President Sanowski, and members of the governing board. Just a few quick comments this evening so that we can move on with our agenda. First, last week I received a Let's Talk dialogue that was indicated that there had been a rumor circulating among a group of parents in our community that following the May 18th board meeting, the board met in secret and approved CRT for our district. I think it's really important to be clear that the governing board did not have a secret meeting. We follow Arizona's open meeting laws. That we did have a properly reconvened meeting on May 24th that was held virtually so we can complete the district's business. And there has not been an agenda item with the topic of critical race on it. It's not been considered or brought forward for potential adoption in Scottsdale Unified School District. So because I got the conversation on Let's Talk, I just wanted to make it very clear, because what I heard is that parents were talking about it, they were upset, the principals needed to let our parents know. I just wanted to state for the record very clearly that the board did not and does not meet in secret, and we have not taken any action with respect to critical race theory. The second topic is summer school, because that's where we are at this point in time. And again, my report will be brief, but we'll have a summary report as we return in August. But we have more than 1,000 students attending programs in person. So district-sponsored programs through Summer Boost. We have our building-specific programs. I know some of you have had an opportunity to visit some of those. We have our high school students, many of whom are meeting here at Coronado for their programming. And then we have another 1,428 that are enrolled in online learning opportunities at this point. So we have a very robust engagement with our students, and it ranges from week-long camps to specific tutoring with focus on ELA and mathematics. And I'm looking forward to the final report and update, but I think it's something to celebrate as we've been able to engage a fair number of our students after the school year ended. And I want to thank all of our staff that are working with our students during summer school, because I also recognize that after the year that we just had, it was exhausting and grueling, and for people to continue providing that educational support for our students is going above and beyond from my perspective. And that'll lead to the final comment, and that is this is the last meeting of the school year for the Scottsdale Unified School District Board of Education, and the conclusion of my first year here in Scottsdale. And there are a couple of people that I would like to particularly acknowledge and thank this evening. I want to start by acknowledging Gladys Wagner, who started on July 1st with me as the assistant to the superintendent and the Board of Education. This was her first year to work in a public school system, and no one will ever have that kind of experience to deal with the pandemic, the angry phone calls, the figuring out how to manage all of these meetings. And so I just want to say thank you, Gladys. I appreciate that. She also conveniently scheduled her birthday on July 1st, so I'll always remember when it is, because it's the first day of the new fiscal year. I also want to then thank the governing board, the members of our leadership team, our classified staff, our professional staff, everyone who works at Scottsdale Unified School District. Take a deep sigh and a breath. It's been a tough year. But everyone pulled together in service of our students. And I also want to acknowledge, because I see a lot of you here, I want to acknowledge our parents, because this was not an easy year for parents, from how we started in August and all the way through. But our community came together, and I think we navigated the pandemic as best as could be expected, given all the unknowns and uncertainties. And so I just want to end the year with an expression of appreciation for our staff, and a note that I'm looking forward to seeing all of our Scottsdale Unified staff on July 28th for our back-to-school rally under one roof, where we'll begin to celebrate 125 years of public education in the school district.
Thank you, Dr. Menzel. The board will now move to agenda item 9, public comments. As a reminder, each speaker will have 3 minutes, and then your mic will be cut off. We do have about 23 public comments, so we expect roughly an hour of public comments. So to keep it moving, we will cut the mics off. 3 minutes to speak, and your time will be projected on the board. With that said, we will move to our first speaker, Rob Valls.
I won the lottery. Good evening, Dr. Menzel, Board President Greenberg, and the members of the board. My name is Rob Valls, and I'm a product of the Scottsdale Unified School District, having attended Hopi, Ingleside, and graduating from Arcadia. I'm the father of Andy, a special needs education student who started at Copper Ridge for elementary and middle school, and this fall he will be a second-year senior at Desert Mountain High School. In the past, my wife Renee and I have had concerns about the special education program at Desert Mountain, and we've been vocal advocates on behalf of the educational needs of our sons. Specifically, we've experienced difficulties with our special needs son having access to the same programs offered to other students at his school. Lack of access to existing programs or offering educationally and emotionally appropriate alternatives has been an ongoing problem. In 2018, our son had his civil rights violated by a biology teacher and his case manager when they prohibited him from participating in a biology lab. The reason given was that my son's vision would make it difficult for him to participate due to the size of the subject. Neither the teacher nor the case manager were trained in ophthalmology and had no professional credentials to judge my son's vision. Instead of adapting the lesson to account for his vision, he was placed in a study hall, and that day's lesson was not taught to him. To this day, the school district has never fully addressed the situation we requested in writing. No one apologized, and I'm saddened to say they would only respond if we thought we needed to bring a lawsuit. A year later, when Andy was successfully completed Japanese 1, we wanted him to move on to Japanese 2. We were told no. The teacher thought it would be too difficult to adapt the curriculum to his vision. When we wanted him to attend summer school, again, we were told no. We were told the SUSD did not have support services for our son to attend in person. My son has an interest in criminal justice, but when we were told that the EVIT program, we were told the program at EVIT would not be in his future. No one from SUSD even ever called EVIT to see if the programs would be adapted for my son's interest. Lack of equality and inclusion for special education students is a very real problem in our district, and as a parent with special needs student, it has been frustrating and hearing parents bemoan mythical curriculum issues that do not exist when we have students facing real problems that must be addressed. I would encourage our community to focus on how we can better the district for all students. We need more voices for focusing on the needs of our children who have IEPs and 504s. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Kate Taylor.
Good evening. My name is Kate Taylor, and I'm a former SUSD parent who has 2 children who went through Cochise Elementary School, Cocopah Middle School, and graduate from Chaparral High School. As a member of the class of 2019, and just this May, my son Ryan graduated as the student body president of the class of 2021 at Chaparral. You might recall that Ryan was also recognized here at the beginning of this past school year with a slideshow presentation by Dennis Rayler for Ryan's Eagle Scout project, where he built a wheelchair ramp for the cafeteria at Chaparral. Ryan received his full Eagle rank this past March prior to graduation. I wanted to speak to 2 topics with the remainder of my 3 minutes. First and foremost, I wanted to formally compliment and thank the district for providing a wonderful education for both of my children. My husband and I are firm believers in public education. We volunteer our time and donate our money to support that belief, and our kids are wonderful reflections of the many, many things that SUSD is doing amazingly. Grace is a rising junior at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, as a U.S. history major with double minors in health and society and chemistry, and is on a pre-med track. While at Chaparral, she achieved a 4.9 GPA and was awarded Most Respectful by the faculty and administration. Ryan, in addition to being student body president and an Eagle Scout, will be attending the University of Missouri's prestigious School of Journalism on a Mark Twain Scholarship, Mizzou's highest merit-based academic award. Secondly, I wanted to reflect my admiration and appreciation for your willingness to offer COVID vaccine clinics at SUSD school sites, especially while schools are essentially empty all summer. I know there are many science-rejecting anti-intellectuals who are up in arms about this discussion, but I hope you will continue to proceed by sorting through the noise of those who yell the loudest and instead follow those who speak the smartest. I and many parents recognize that this is not about forcing kids to get a shot without parental consent before they go to art class, as some off-the-wall Facebook posts would have one believe. Rational thinking SUSD parents recognize that it is utter hogwash for the naysayers to insist that vaccines can only be administered in an appropriate medical facility. The parking lot of State Farm Stadium was certainly not a medical facility, but it was recognized around the state, the nation, and even much of the entire world as a successful model of vaccine delivery. So I'm sure that a clean, air-conditioned schoolhouse is quite suitable of a location. Most importantly, and in closing, please know that there are hundreds of SUSD families who applaud the real motivations of this initiative: access. We recognize that SUSD is an active member of our community at large. Not all low-income families have the ability to drive a car that they don't own to a vaccine clinic far from their home. Providing a local location that one can choose to walk to is all about enhancing access for those who face disadvantages.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Jan Vokel.
Good evening. There's a lot of hyperbolic rhetoric about critical race theory being used as a framework in our schools. It has basically become an umbrella under which anything that addresses race or the legacy of racism falls. Sadly, I see people leading this effort who went to school with my kids at Cocopah and Chap. Their kids sat in honors and AP classes with my kids. They know our kids were not indoctrinated or exposed to propaganda. They know our kids' teachers were professionals who did their best to deliver a quality education, even when they sometimes fell short. When I asked my kids if they felt their teachers promoted some sort of agenda, they agreed that any instance of something controversial being introduced can lead to charges that teachers are indoctrinating students. But as an overall educational experience, that is not what went on. They said that if the same parents are really concerned about people being treated equally, they should be pushing for a fuller and more truthful history curriculum. They want kids to read books. They should want kids to read books by black authors, white authors, indigenous authors, etc., and hear stories that reflect themselves. They should want LGBT plus kids, disabled kids, and all kids to see themselves in all aspects of education. And academically rigorous education doesn't just mean the classics. In fact, I would submit that a more rigorous education means one is exposed to and has to critically evaluate material from a diverse group of people. We can't simply say the Western canon is the be-it end-all when we know too many voices are missing, too many outstanding writers are omitted. And the goal should not be, I don't see color. The goal should be, I see your color and and I will treat you the same as everyone else. But if we are honest, that is often not what happens. Several white people who learned both my kids are attending colleges on scholarships asked me what sports they played. 2 black kids on academic scholarships was not what came to mind, as I found out when I asked them why they would say that. They saw color, so why can't we just be honest about that in order to move past the stereotypes? SUSD kids circulating disgusting and harmful memes about depicting George Floyd's death, and yet parents don't want discussions of current events in our classes because they feel it's what? Social justice, activism. Current events aren't educational. Students can't sharpen their critical thinking skills by analyzing and discussing current events. I simply don't understand. When I was in school, we studied current events each week to ensure that we could tie what we were learning historically to what was happening at the time. It was imperative that we could connect the dots, demonstrate that we had foundational knowledge that provided a lens through which we could view the world and understand the world around us. We must continue to encourage kids to connect the dots. How can students understand what's happening today when they don't know our past? Many of you just recently learned about Juneteenth, Black Wall Street, the Tulsa Race Massacre, and yet you say you learned about our history. Clearly you did not, but your kids should. They should learn what redlining is and the devastating and lasting impact it had on blacks. They should understand that we do have systemic racism in our criminal justice system, for example. The data is out there if people are willing to seek out the truth. So I will end by saying we must provide a robust, inclusive education designed to educate and inform, not shame, designed to develop empathy. We will continue to deny these histories, and that hurts us all.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Hector Escarcega.
Hello, thank you for having me. Long-time listener, first-time speaker for everybody. Hello, my name is Hector Escarcega. I had 5 daughters growing up, but 4 of them have already gone through SUSD. I have 1 of them still going through school. What I wanted to talk about is really going to dovetail on what was said. And the best way to do this is through an example. I researched this and I found something on the web. And on the web, it does the best thing, really, what I wanted to articulate. And what I'm going to talk about is really a socioeconomic problem that we have. As driving over here, we have apartments as well as houses and a lot of people that are affluent. I was not that growing up, in case you're wondering. But what I found on the net was a really good example that articulates this for everybody. There's a gentleman with a really diverse group. And as I look around, I see a pretty diverse group in here. And they're young. High school, college, probably graduated from college, and they're all out, and he says, I want to go ahead and start a race. And he brings out a $100 bill for the kids. And with the $100 bill, the kids you get their attention that way. And probably people in here as well. But he goes, before we start the race, I want to ask a few questions. And these are the questions he asks. He winds up saying, please take 2 steps forward on these questions on the starting line if this applies to you. Are both your parents still married? If they are, take 2 steps. And by the way, this guy's already walked further down. Everybody's at the starting line, and those that are still married take 2 steps. Did you grow up with a father figure in the home? Take 2 steps. Take 2 steps if you had access to a private education. Take 2 steps if you had access to a tutor that your parents paid for. Take 2 steps if you do not have to worry about your cell phone being shut off. Take 2 steps forward if you didn't have to help mom and dad pay the bills. Take 2 steps forward if you didn't have to wonder where your next meal was coming from. Take 2 steps forward if you did not have to rely on financial aid or a student loan to get to college. Okay, there's the visual. I wanted to paint a visual picture, but this video does it quite well. The gentleman tells the people up front to look in back. Needless to say, it's heart-wrenching for me because I see, socioeconomic just divides across ages, and you see people back there. What he wanted to let people know is, again, you have to be cognizant of the fact of your privilege. right? Those in the back didn't have a chance to win the $100. And he winds up preceding the race in the video, and of course, the ones up close are the ones that won. But being in...
Thank you. Our next speaker is Katrina Casey.
Good evening, Dr. Menzel and members of the board. I'm a parent of 2 current SUSD students, a high school student at Saguaro and a second grade student with autism in an SEA classroom at Cochise. I just wanted to thank the board for prioritizing SPED kids for a return to school earlier in the year. It's been hard for all our kids, but our SPED kids had it particularly hard, removed not only from their classrooms, but from their therapies too. Not all SPED kids were as lucky as mine, having private therapies outside school. Our teachers and therapists did an amazing job trying to interact with their kids online, but much of what they do cannot be transferred to a virtual environment. I would also like to thank our amazing SPED teachers, paras, and aides. They went above and beyond this year to make sure that everything felt as normal as possible. They made this year feel like a year to remember for the right reasons, not the wrong ones. They were creative in teaching kids about masks and social distancing. They made themselves readily available to help parents with ideas to make life easier, to reduce stress and feelings of isolation. It went so much further than teaching. We have some very special teachers for our special kids. I know our state has cut our SPED budget, and I hope SUSD can find some creative ways to overcome this. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brad Duell.
Hello. I bring a message of thanks. Thank you to the governing board, Dr. Menzel, your supporting staff. Thank you for following the science-based direction for COVID-19 coming from the Maricopa County Department of Public Health, the Arizona Department of Health Services, as well as the Center for Disease Control. Through SUSD's institution of mitigation practices, the tracking and sharing of metrics, and having a responsive and effective incident command team, SUSD not only met but exceeded so many families' needs and expectations during the COVID-19 pandemic. But my thanks doesn't stop there. Thank you to all of our administrators and educators that helped us through all of these trying times. Those that juggled between online and in-person instruction and attended to our children's and families' needs as well as their own. Thank you to those specialty positions like speech pathologists, special education, gifted educators, nurses, PE and early childhood instructors, and librarians. To all of those in support positions, food services, those that passed out meals, the bus drivers, janitorial staff, and those in information technology that responded in short order with devices and wireless access points for every child in the district. If I left anyone out, I'm truly sorry. Just know that I see you, the community sees you, that we are thankful for you, and we are here as the majority to support you. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Jennifer Flory.
All right. Good evening, Board President Greenberg, Vice President Snowski, board members Dr. Menzel, and the amazing Gladys. My name is Jennifer Flory. I have 2 kids in SUSD, an incoming kindergartner, or incoming first grader, and an incoming 5th grader. What a year! It was just an incredible, incredible year. So today I am here to give thanks and appreciation to SUSD. Thank you, Dr. Menzel, for an amazing, amazing, incredible leadership. I'm so impressed by your ability to listen to the various stakeholders, process large amounts of information, reference board policy, articulate your thoughts, and your analysis is truly, truly amazing. I really, really appreciate you. And I really like how you seek various experts in the field, like Dr. Sunshine and the Director of Honor Health, to help provide input into the situation of this year. I also very much appreciate, and we as a community appreciate, your ability to involve stakeholders and using the surveys, the thought exchange, the different committees, the strategic planning committee, and that stakeholder engagement is very, very appreciative, very, very much appreciative. Thank you. Board members, I commend you for a crazy year. You did an amazing job, and I want to appreciate you on behalf of the community as volunteers in this position. It's a thankless job, but thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are all so incredible. I really appreciate your thoughtful questions, your discussions, and just your ability to think through these very tough and challenging and constantly changing guidance of this year. So thank you. I was honored to be part of the Strategic Planning Committee, which you will hear tonight, and I am very impressed with all the stakeholders that were involved in that. And wow, we've got some amazing, smart people at SUSD, just incredible voices, and I am blown away by everybody that was involved in that process. So in closing, with the leadership of Dr. Menzel, the dedication of the board, and the continued engagement of our stakeholders, I see many amazing things happening for our students, and all of which will benefit their future. And I appreciate you, and thank you, everybody. And a special shout out to Patty with Nutrition Services, because holy moly, feeding our kids all summer and all during COVID, incredible. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Emmy Cardella.
Good evening, President Greenberg, members of the board, Dr. Menzel, and Ms. Wagner. My name is Emmy Cardella. I'm a parent of 3 in the school district, and I'm speaking tonight as president of Scottsdale Parent Council in order to thank Dr. Menzel for his support of our organization this year, and just to make a shameless plug for our organization as well. So thank you. Dr. Menzel has engaged with us all year long. He's attended our meetings, and in general, he has always been willing to listen to the parent voice and has been very vocal that he thinks he values that and encourages it. Scottsdale Parent Council is an organization that is for all parents and stakeholders throughout SUSD. We have monthly meetings throughout the school year. I hope that every parent attends at least one of our meetings. Dr. Menzel is there to do a brief question and answer with parents, and then we have a featured speaker who's often someone from the district or the cabinet to talk about programs and services offered in our district. So it's a way to educate parents about what's available to them, as well as them to ask questions. So I hope that everyone comes and sees us. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Amy Carney.
Hello, board administrators. I am Amy Carney. I'm a mother of 6 students who've been educated in Scottsdale Unified School District. For many reasons, parents have rightfully questioned your decision to recently adopt this $1 million SAVIS ELA curriculum for 9th through 12th graders. Despite what you're telling us, it's very easy to see what the publisher of this new curriculum stands for. Anyone can go to their social media, read their blog posts, or check out their collaborations and partnerships and see for themselves. You mustn't wonder why parents are concerned or considering leaving the district even because of this. What you say does not match what we see. We hear you say that SUSD is not implementing critical race theory or divisive ideologies in our schools, but we would love to believe you, but how can we when the author of our new curriculum promotes activists on SAVIS's social channels? Not to mention one of SAVIS's advisory board members is the original author on culturally responsive education and currently writes about critical race theory. Yet you say there will be no CRT in SUSD using this curriculum. Go on listenwise.com, which teachers may use as part of the SAVIS curriculum, and just see what the first pop-up says when you go onto their website. Pay attention. ListenWise will be used to help our children develop their media literacy skills to spot facts and fakes when it comes to current events. I highly recommend all of you check this out. In some of your own social media profiles, you promote a commitment to social justice and cultural issues rather than what you're going to do to elevate our students' math scores, or how you plan to counteract the continuous declining enrollment in SUSD. But we're supposed to trust and believe you when you say, well, not in our district, we're not implementing CRT, and that SUSD is inclusive of all people. Does this ring true for families of faith or those who hold traditional family values? A great way for us to learn about what SUSD truly values is to tell us what our teachers will be trained in this summer and throughout the upcoming school year. This will give us great insight into what you truly value. We want to know what professional development you governing board members and administrators are choosing to spend your time and our money on. What exactly were our teachers and staff being trained on every Wednesday while our students were being sent home early each week? We want our teachers getting the education and training in real issues that are affecting all students' learning. Perhaps EAB, the company you've hired to survey your community, can ask students, teachers, and parents about the cheating epidemic that is rampant in your high schools and maybe even middle schools. This is a huge problem thanks to technology, and it's undermining our students' motivation to learn and making it very difficult for teachers as well. Will you make the right decision so that all families living in this district can confidently send their kids to an SUSD school? Or will your enrollment numbers continue to decline because of your inaction and refusal to listen to real concerns of parents and other community members? At a time when the health of our district is at stake, we need to be unified in supporting the education of our students rather than fueling a proxy battle in the war on racism through the implementation of a curriculum that's created by those who care more about political and social activism than the strength of quality public education.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Caroline Ho.
Hi, my name is Caroline Ho, and today I exercise my right as a good parent and dedicated parent of 3 students and ask you to rescind your vote and reverse your decision to fund SAVIS curriculum. My husband and his family are refugees from Vietnam and suffered under the brutal communist Viet Cong, while many of their family lost their lives in defense of freedom. Long before the war, the communists of that era moved their Marxist ideology into local communities and schools by using critical theory to divide people into class, the oppressed and non-oppressed. They encouraged them to engage in conflict and revolution as a way to right the wrongs for all oppressed people. They used 2 classes of people against each other. It was felt as students turned against teachers and they were taught to be politically correct and denounce their heritage. They went as far as to encourage students to report on each other. After listening to your online teaching this current school year in our high schools, in subjects like language, history, English, and with the non-transparent adoption of your SAVIS curriculum, I'm deeply concerned, and you might ask why. The language and ideology and the cultural segregation is the same as the Marxist practices of those in those communist countries, and you are allowing it to be taught and adopted into our schools. Instead of class, race is being used to divide people. Let it be known that our goal here today is to convey the message that we welcome diversity without division, to unite and improve our future that we will share, and let go of the quarreling. All are created equal and of infinite worth, regardless of race, class, gender, sexual orientation, identity, weight, religion, or any classification. And while they are differences, we have more in common because we are a part of the whole human family. We desire diversity, inclusion for our students to learn about other cultures. My own family is multicultural, and we love it. No one believes a group should suffer oppression or discrimination or harassment in any form of bullying. We want our kids to be safe in schools. We want our students to learn positive, inclusive, and a safe environment. But the SAVIS curriculum does not and is not the right conduit method. Among many other reasons, SAVIS and all of the things adopted continue to impose a system of racism. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Trish Olson.
Hello, I actually would like to defer my time to Carrie Kirschmar as she has to leave immediately. Am I allowed to do that?
Did Carrie Kirksmar submit a...
Yes, she did.
Then Carrie Kirksmar can speak and you can speak later.
After many requests, I was finally given the SAVIS supplemental materials only 6 days ago. The documents I received, I have only been able to preliminarily review, and what I have found is disturbing and disgusting and should not be part of any curriculum. SAVIS promotes mental, physical, and sexual abuse, underage use of drugs and alcohol, and so much more. At this point, I've only had the opportunity to review about 20 pages of the supplemental materials. And let me tell you what I found. The Perks of Being a Wallflower is about a young child who is sexually abused by his alcoholic aunt. The boy has lots of sex throughout the book, eats weed brownies, and ultimately comes to the realization that his aunt molested him because she too was sexually molested as a child, which is why then she commits suicide. 2 male football players kiss and have descriptive gay sex multiple times throughout this supplemental material. During one of their sexual encounters, one boy's father walks in on them having gay sex and beats his son terribly. There is also pedophilia throughout the book, including how one young child's first kiss was upsetting to her because it was by her father's boss. The book also includes bullying of gay boys. This is not literature. This should not be presented to our children. This was only on page 4 of the supplemental materials, by the way. Another SAVIS supplement is Looking for Alaska. This book gained notoriety for being the 4th most banned book in the United States due to its profanity and sexually explicit content. It is a book that teaches how to give a blowjob, has extensive and descriptive promiscuous teen sex, descriptive porn videos watched by teens during the book with extreme narratives, masturbation, drugs, profanity, underage excessive drinking and driving. The main character even commits suicide by getting so drunk and driving that because she can't handle life anymore. And also they hire a stripper to come to class and perform. The page 62 describes the main character having sex with a man that is, quote, hung like a horse and a beautiful sensual lover, unquote. 3 pages are used to explain how to give a blowjob. In the end, the teens are immune to any decency or innocence and are depicted laying in bed, naked after being drunk, having sex, and smoking a joint. This is porn, not literature. This book also claims that marijuana is better than smoking cigarettes. There's no place for our school, for these supplements in our school. The Liars Club, again on page 4, by Mary Carr. This is a book about abusive and alcoholic parents. An 8-year-old girl is raped by a teenager and then later sexually abused by her babysitter. There's excessive profane language, child porn, child abuse, alcoholism, mental disability,
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Trish Olson. Are you ready to speak?
I am good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Our next speaker will be Becky Williams.
Good evening, Dr. Menzel, President Greenberg, Vice President Snowski, members of the governing board, and Ms. Wagner. I'm Becky Williams, a parent of 2 students in the Saguaro learning community. I also happen to be a teacher in the district. I would like to take this opportunity to express my support and appreciation for what this district has accomplished this past year. We came together to work and plan as a team with the new superintendent, new board members, and the unknown of navigating a global pandemic, while still educating our students and keeping everyone healthy. It was a challenging year for all. I don't envy the decisions that you, as the governing body, had to make, weighing impossible what-ifs and uncertainties. Plans were made and changed. Health guidance evolved. Uncertainty overwhelmed at times. All the while, the district remained transparent in its commitment to take care of our students. I'm not saying that this past year is anything that we are hoping to recreate anytime soon, or that there aren't resulting opportunities for growth. But because of what we've gone through together, we are ready to move forward stronger and better, all the while focused on serving our students. I, for one, am extremely proud to continue as a parent of students and a staff member in SUSD. Words cannot express my gratitude for the good that has been done this year, but please accept my most heartfelt thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Corrine Werner. Apologize, I can't read the high. Oh, Karen, I apologize.
Hi, everyone. My name is Karen Warner, and I'm a parent of an SUSD student and 2 graduates. You know, a governing board and the administration should work in harmony with parents in the best interest of our children and our students. So you just heard some pretty significant, vile and inappropriate stuff that was found in the ELA supplements for 9th grade. None of that belongs in our schools. And it seems that you're not really working in harmony with parents when you adopted this curriculum by a unanimous vote. So you may say that we won't use those books or websites. The truth is, ultimately, when you adopt a curriculum, you get all of it. And as you have stated yourselves, any board can come in and change or undo what you have done and voted upon, and you don't necessarily want to draw attention to that. However, at the end of the day, you can say you're not going to adopt certain books, but somebody else will come in and do it. And it's going to be really hard to not have people be able to have access to the links and the books that you just heard very descriptive descriptions of. So are you really okay with children being exposed to this and this content and then validated by their students in a school? You have a handout, you have the books, and you have the excerpts. I urge you to read them and then change your mind. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt that you did not know that this was part of SEVIS's curriculum and that this is what they encourage. And again, Carrie just got through a few pages. There's many, many more. So as a private citizen and a SUSD parent, I reject the SUSD funding for SAVA's curriculum and call for each board member to reverse their unanimous vote to adopt the SAVA's curriculum. And mind you, page 2, paragraph 3 on the left side, please read it. And if anyone else wants it, I have more copies. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Heidi Hyant.
I'll take a copy of that.
I apologize if I pronounced that incorrectly.
Wyant.
Wyant. Okay, apologies. Thank you. Heidi Wyant.
Yes. Hi, my name is Heidi Wyant, and I'm here today because my second grader, 8 years old, came home from school and told me about George Floyd and how great he is and the protests that are going on in current events. She learned this from her library teacher. I'm sure that the library teacher isn't supposed to be teaching this. I'm sure it's not in the wonderful curriculum that doesn't teach CRT, but that's what she came home to. My husband and I specifically want our children to be children at this age. I don't want them learning about current events, protests, racism, George Floyd, BLM, none of that stuff. And I am not opposed to diverse education at all. I graduated cum laude from ASU with a women's studies minor and a justice studies major. I completely want my kids and all the kids to have a great forum of debate and discussion about all these events and what's going on in the world. But I think the young children shouldn't be put into this. They should be doing core academics. And if you want discussions, and if you want debate, and if you want all those wonderful classes where you talk about the current events, then it should be labeled current events. It should be labeled a justice class. It should be labeled this way instead of completely infiltrating all the school system, all the classes. How do I know next year the PE teacher isn't going to talk to systemic racism about my 9-year-old kid? Is that what's going to happen? Is that what the PE teacher is going to talk about? How do I know this stuff? And I know CRT is not in the school, but it's up to the teachers. The teachers have the choice to put this in and talk about it without you knowing, without me knowing, and without my kids having the courage and education background to defend themselves and debate that. All they do is just take it in, and it's wrong.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Stuart Roden.
I feel like the price is right? Hi, President Greenberg, Dr. Menzel, members of the board, audience members. Tonight, I want to spend a few minutes, as a famous individual once said, to talk right down to earth in a language that everybody here can easily understand. I want to speak not as a father, although the voices of parents are critical to the discussion surrounding public education, but as an educator of over 25 years, who has taught in a variety of educational arenas, in a number of cities, in a number of different levels, grade levels, sorry. What is interesting is that my two children have grown up with not just two PhD parents, but two PhD grandparents. I want to put that on the record, not because of who I am, but to stress my coming here tonight is about significantly more than my kids. I want to speak tonight on behalf of our kids. For some, and I guess I gotta use these, for some, including those who have never set foot in a board meeting, they're here because of a desire for their kids to be spared what they think is an educational atrocity, that somehow their kids will receive a less than rigorous education if they learn the history of humankind that is inclusive and authentic for all. Somehow it has become the norm for some to be more concerned with appearance and tradition than knowledge, fear instead of facts. I want to focus on a theory that is actually taught in public schools by many, and for decades. John Dewey professed that public education is the most effective in educating the whole child when young people combine their lived experiences with classroom experiences. In short, learning by doing. Research shows that when people learn about diverse cultures, they learn more about themselves as well. Du Bois spoke of a double consciousness as it pertains to race. Many public education critics who misinterpret the work of Dewey and inclusiveness end their argument there with race. Race is but one identity marker of who we are. We are all age, race, gender, disability, social class, religion, height, educational level, and on and on and on, as we heard in the other speaker. Kimberly Crenshaw famously coined this phenomena as intersectionality. This intersectionality makes us who we are, and we are all different. What I would humbly suggest is an examination not into theories that are not being taught anywhere in our district, but rather a review of the ones that are. What are we teaching our children when we have not just textbooks, but books in the library and on summer reading lists that do not represent students' lived experiences? What are we teaching our children when we deny them the opportunity to celebrate month-long celebrations of their culture and heritage? What are we teaching our children when some adults want them to learn what we learned the way we learned it instead of wanting better for our kids? It is extremely easy to be critical. It takes a lot to be a critical thinker. Humbly, effectively teaching young people how to become their authentic selves is and should be an essential element of public education. Rigor and relevance are meaningless if we do not focus our educational efforts on the whole child, only emphasizing fragments of our community is an incomplete narrative that perpetuates what Don Ford calls
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker will be Amanda Ray.
Good evening. First, I want to start out and thank Mrs. Stombrace, principal at Cheyenne. I have two Cheyenne children they were in second and fourth grade. And Mrs. Stombrace took more than one of my tearful phone calls in August when my second grader thought her brain didn't work because her Chromebook actually didn't work. And I would say Mrs. Lax as well. These ladies are amazing. My second grader had Mrs. Knowlton, and my fourth grader had Mrs. Hayquist, and they were amazing teachers. They had an incredible experience. And my husband and I, on a weekly basis, thank God for the blessing that Cheyenne has been for our family. And the blessing of COVID has been that that's not the experience of every student or family in our district. And I would say that Cheyenne is the shining example But I lived in a bubble and didn't realize the lack of transparency within the district and the accountability and lack of standards within the district, particularly in the older grades. My kids are still young, and again, I'm in a bubble of Cheyenne. But I had a teacher reach out to me recently. She walked into the classroom in October to accept a long-term sub position. She had no lesson plan, no curriculum guide. She asked her department for help, and they gave her none. She resorted to Googling, what do students learn in blank grade in the blank subject? And I'm leaving that out because I don't want to give a hint to who she is without her consent. What she told me was that teachers teach and assess whatever they want. It's the wild, wild west at her school, and you have to hope that your child gets a passionate teacher. There was no communication from the administration, no expectation to offer asynchronous learning last year. The only teachers offering it were those that heard it mentioned during the board meetings. There was no professional development on Wednesdays. The parking lots were empty by noon. And it's funny because we were told that this was so badly needed, and I actually would have respected more of saying our teachers need a break because they're teaching 2 classes. But to sell it as under the guise of professional development was unfortunate. School board meetings have become, or maybe they were before when I wasn't attending, are smoke and mirrors. We see fancy presentations, and it makes it sound like the district has its act together, but it's not translating into our campuses or into the classrooms. As a parent, I would expect that my students' assignments and core curriculum would be roughly the same as another student at a different campus, and we wouldn't be subject to the luck of the draw. It seems like this would be more efficient and a better way to make sure that all students are given the education they deserve. It should come as no surprise that students are leaving the public school system due in part to the lack of academic rigor.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Nikki Torito.
Good evening. Thank you, President Greenberg, Vice President Sanowski, members of the Governing Board, Superintendent Menzel, and Gladys. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I'm Nikki Torito, a proud parent of 2 amazing children who attend SUSD schools. I'd like to begin by saying thank you to all the administration, teachers, and staff of Scottsdale Unified School District who are working so hard this year for putting together a plan during this absolutely unprecedented year that kept us safe and healthy, and kept our students continuing on the path of lifelong learning and individual educational success that this district values. I appreciate all the time and effort that went into helping our children succeed both academically and emotionally during what was a very difficult school year. This year's success does not surprise me, though. It just further shows me why my husband and I chose SUSD for our children. We chose SUSD, and specifically the Saguaro Learning Community Complex, for our children because we value the diversity on campus and the various programs the schools in this complex have to offer our children. We sought out and chose the Spanish DLI program for both our children. The cultural diversity and opportunities in this program reflect the academic and personal goals that we value for our family. Our daughter, as a rising junior, has already received her seal of biliteracy, being fluent in both English and Spanish, and our son, going into 6th grade, is well on his way too. The TLI program is not only academically strong, but provides my husband and I the opportunity to give the gift of biliteracy, something that we have not, sadly, ever achieved, to our children. This capability provided by SUSD and its amazing administrators and teachers will take our children into their future and provide them life and career possibilities in a world where 7.6% of the world population speaks Spanish, and where Spanish is the 3rd most used language on the internet. The diverse experiences that my children have had the opportunity to experience in SUSD have given them an amazing range of knowledge and insight. Change and progress are inevitable, even though humanity always resists change. And my husband and I believe that SUSD has given our children the ability to become the change that they and our next generation want to see in the world. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Allison Siegel.
Oh, stuck to the chair. It's that time of year. Hi, my name is Allison Siegel. Thank you for allowing me to speak. First, because nobody has said this yet, and because I hear CRT being mentioned a lot, I just want to say that CRT is not a curriculum. It is not something that's used in K-12 education. It was never designed to be used in K-12 education. It is a legal framework. It is not a required class even in college. And it's a way of looking at the law that incorporates race. So that's the first thing I want to say, because I'm not worried about CRT in K-12 education. What I am worried about is I'm worried about developmentally appropriate education for kids. And I don't hear a lot of conversation about that. And I think it's because a lot of people don't know what that looks like. I'm a teacher. I taught during a time where I was able to provide that. And I see very clearly that my children are not getting that. And part of that is because of testing. Testing is a creativity killer. And anyone who is looking at test scores at a school to determine whether or not that school is worth your child's attendance is looking at the exact wrong thing. And the way that I know this is because my children attended Arcadia Neighborhood Learning Center, which was a wonderful, vibrant, creative education space for children. And it was misunderstood largely by most of the other people in the SUSD community, and it was killed. It no longer exists. And it was a shame because that was an open campus, if you can imagine such a thing, when I took my children there. And we were allowed to go and see what was happening in the classrooms and even to participate. And the amount of learning that happened there was amazing. And I remember my child's kindergarten teacher, Mr. Welch, who'd been teaching forever, having carpet times where he would call children to the carpet and they would raise their hands eagerly and say, "Mr. Welch, I have a connection. I have a connection." That's critical thinking. That's what it looks like. And instead of doing that very visceral, lovely kind of education, schools, public schools in particular, are being forced to provide some kind of canned curriculum. I know that they're doing the best that they can. I don't understand why teachers continue to do it. Frankly, I couldn't. Kudos to you. But I really think that the crux of this issue as to how our children are learning and what they're able to get in their classrooms is a legislative issue. And if people want to see changes in our schools in the state of Arizona, then they must respond legislatively, and they must stop voting for the people who continually deride education.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Kevin Maxwell.
Sorry, I was muted. Hi, my name is Kevin Maxwell. I'm a community member and just a strong supporter of SUSD. I believe that a strong community starts with a sound education of all the community members, so that's why I'm here tonight. I'm also a member of the SUSD Foundation, and I just want to say, wow, what a year you guys had, right? Very, very difficult year, lots of difficult decisions. But one thing I noticed as a casual observer is it seems like every single time you made a difficult decision where probably 50% of your stakeholders were opposed to what you decided on, you always did it for the best interest of the students. It seemed like you always did it for the best interest of the students, so I want to congratulate you on that. And I'm looking forward to another great year. Since I'm on the foundation board and I have a couple seconds here left, let me go ahead and tell you about some of the exciting things I think that we're excited about for funding. We'll continue. Right now, we're going to do a new partnership with Scottsdale Community Partners on their big kickoff event next month. I know it's a big, huge event. It's been going on for many years. I know the foundation is very proud to be a partner participating in that this year. We're also continuing continue to partner with the Sisters in STEM program, giving women an opportunity to know that development and a career in technology is available to them. So we think that's a wonderful program. We also are helping to provide scholarships for Camp Innovation this year, which will happen at Tonalea, Tavon, Kiva, and Laguna, I believe. So those we're out looking for some the opportunity to provide some great scholarships to some students who are very, very deserving. And then lastly, we're looking forward to participating in the big kickoff event that the district's having. So lots of good things going on with the foundation, and we're looking forward to a great partnership. And congratulations on a great year. I'm looking forward to another good one. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Eric Kurland.
Thank you, volunteers of the governing board, Dr. Menzel. I want to thank all the speakers too, because I think everybody spoke with passion but have kept it under control. And I think I've learned a little bit about where other people are coming from, and I know that they just love and care about their kids, and I think we can all kind of pick up on that. And then there's another theme that's coming out, and it's community. And those are the voices we need to hear. Back in the late 90s, I was teaching at HOCOM, and we had some capital dollars. And so we had a faculty meeting, and our principal, Mr. Flynn, came in, and he says, hey, we got this money. What should we do with it? And at the time, we were getting a lot of graffiti. And so everybody was saying we should build a fence so people aren't able to put graffiti on the walls. My first thing is I wanted my own private bathroom, but that didn't go. The second thing I wanted was a gymnasium. My idea was if you bring the community in, they will be the peacekeepers of the building. No one's going to mess with their building. We can rent it out. Well, I was wrong. We went with the fence, and things have changed, and we have some crazy things out there. So the fence is good. But we do need to continue with building community. And that's where I come to you today. In the south of Scottsdale, I've talked to you about this, Dr. Menzel, we have such a great opportunity to create a community school. And I want to talk just a little bit about how we can continue with the pandemic, we've had these great partnerships started that we can now continue. The door is open. We can build from the bottom, and we can build what we want. So we have a partnership with Honor Health and a partnership with the city of Scottsdale. And we have parenting classes. We have GED classes in the evening, language classes. And we give high quality childcare from a very early age based on sliding scale as to what people make. And we have it in the south part of our district where transportation isn't provided. Those parents love their kids, but they are working so hard to provide for Maslow's hierarchy of needs, food, shelter, that everything becomes this great stressor. So while Coronado has this wonderful program, we have to start with those kids before they get to school. And this is an opportunity. Here in Arizona, one of the great things we have is school choice. We pretty much lead the nation. We're #1 in school choice. We have to give a better choice down here to bring in people from other districts. It's a dog-eat-dog world out there, and we're wearing milk-bone underwear. We just saw the budget today. So we have to do better. And for people that, I was on this committee with Dr. Cam. For people that do not believe in the function and the values of this district, good luck. There are plenty of other choices there, and I hope they find what they're looking for because their kids deserve it. But we have to provide one for the kids that really don't have those parents that take them to other places, and I think that's an opportunity. So I'm happy to work on that with you, volunteer. I'd like to welcome back Dr. Dodds.
Thank you. Our final speaker of the evening will be Jennifer McDowell.
I'm reading since I tend to curse. Okay. When I look back at my youth and memories of school, I'm hard-pressed to recall almost anything. It's like no one ever even tried teaching me math. But I do remember with perfect clarity some of those educators with whom I made a connection. I recall sparring with Dr. Rand in constitutional law. I remember being dismissed from Mr. Gould's AP Lit class for stating that Dickens was overrated. And my theology teacher, Father Smith, referred to me for 4 years as the patron saint of underachievers. Overall, I was a terrible student. I was lazy, I was unengaged, I didn't turn in my work. But when a teacher would solicit my opinion on some subject or flat out argue with me, that human connection and that feeling that someone cared about what I had to say, that is what would motivate me. I'd put a little more effort into the next paper or search case law for the next battle with Dr. Rand. To show up Father Smith, I arrived one school year. Over the summer, I consumed the entire religious catalog of 2 authors. Those personal relationships that students make with staff and teachers often evolve out of conflict and debate and discussion and open dialogue, sometimes around difficult subjects, sometimes current events. Those are the educators that I remember, and those are the very teachers that my children have loved the most. Not coincidentally, I have noticed that those are the teachers that tend to be the most requested at our schools. I've had a lot to be concerned about over the last 15 years, raising 2 children in public schools. We've had abysmal funding that's left our schools understaffed, our teachers underpaid, our students unsupported. But what really frightens me are the few voices calling for the end of meaningful dialogue and robust debate in our classrooms. Before the community allows a hostile state legislature that won't fund us to also censor difficult conversations, I hope that supporters of creating lifelong learners and critical thinkers will speak out. I hope our district will support our teachers and let them be the true educators that they are. Thank you.
And I apologize, I missed a card. Our final speaker will actually be Janet Larkin.
Thank you. I actually think it's better that I am last. I'm Janet Larkin. I'm a retired school teacher from the Scottsdale School District. My 3 children went through the schools here, and my 6 grandchildren are all in public schools as well. I'm here as a representative of AAUW, which is American Association of University Women, and in light of the things that were going on at different board meetings, a group put together a resolution that they want everyone to hear, the community, the board, Dr. Menzel. AAUW of Arizona. Whereas school district board meetings throughout Arizona are being beset by disruptive agitators, whereas around the state, groups and individuals who are neither district residents nor parents of district students are converging on school board meetings to cause havoc and divert open and honest communication of school issues. Whereas social media has been used by said disruptive groups and individuals to urge attendance and disturbances at local school board meetings. Whereas school personnel and governing boards, as well as other elected officials and their families, are being threatened and are needing security protection. Whereas the disruption of school board meetings hijacks productive discussion of issues independent of the facts, whereas the disruption of school board meetings undermines our democratic processes and the open, honest, peaceful, equitable, and civil dialogue of issues by district personnel, students, parents, and residents, whereas the education of Arizona youth is a nonpartisan state obligation spelled out in the Arizona Constitution, and whereas the American Association of University Women supports a strong system of public education that promotes gender fairness, equity, diversity, and inclusivity. Therefore, be it resolved, the members of AAUW Arizona do issue a call for action and condemn, number 1, condemn the disruption of the school board meetings, call for the investigation and exposure of the groups and individuals responsible for creating school district board meeting disruption, urge accountability by all citizens in protecting productive and civil discussion and participation by district personnel, students, parents, and residents. Seek immediate
Thank you, and I apologize again for missing your card. This concludes our public comment section for the evening. The board will now move to agenda item 10A, information discussion item, strategic planning update. Dr. Menzel.
Thank you, President Greenberg and members of the governing board. I'd like to introduce Dr. Connie Kam. As many of you know, we selected Kam Solutions to facilitate our strategic planning process, and we're wrapping up phase one, and she has a presentation, and I'm going to just turn it over to you, and thank you for all the work you've done with our team.
Great, thank you. It's been such a privilege. Governing Board, Dr. Menzel, thank you for having me tonight, and also thank you for selecting us to facilitate the strategic plan. Many of the members of our design team are in this room right now, and I want to echo what was said before. They're brilliant. And I think you'll be very pleased to see where we are in this process and to learn a little bit more about where we're going. Now, I'm not sure how to further my slides, so Jonathan, what do I do? This?
No, just draw out.
Do what?
Keyboard.
The keyboard is under here. Okay, and here we go. Let's see if this works. Okay. I'm a Mac user. Oh, I like this better. I get clickers. All right. So the presentation will be within our time zone, not 3 minutes, a little bit longer. But I do want you to see what we will be discussing in the next 15 minutes or so. First of all, I want to spend a little bit of time talking about the context of all of our work. Our big conversation to begin with was, what does it mean to prepare future-ready students? I'd like to also share with you how the design team was selected and how we've involved other stakeholders with input. And then our current progress, what we have accomplished so far. We've only accomplished phase one, which is to develop the vision, the mission, and the values. And I will give you a preview to our next steps, really operationalizing the words. This is a three-phased strategic planning process. All right, so the context goes back to the 1700s, recognizing that we have had disruptive innovations in our nation's history, starting right around the time we declared ourselves as an independent nation, with steam, mechanical power, production equipment. Anytime electronics or technology replaces muscle power or human power, it's part of what the World Economic Forum discusses as the Industrial Revolution. So phase one, steam. Phase two, division of labor, electricity, mass production, which is when our current educational system was founded in the late 1800s. And it's still the system that we follow today. It's a factory model. It's a functional model. In 1969, electronics hit the scene. About 80 to 100 years later, you'll see all these disruptive innovations. And now we've moved into the cyber-physical systems, that integration of computation, networking, and physical processes. Our disruptive innovations are no longer 80 to 100 years apart. They're about every 12 months or faster, and with COVID, even exacerbated much more quickly. So with that said, here is a little slide about the cyber-physical systems. We have to recognize we're educating kids for a very different world than the world in which we grew up. But if you get into many classrooms across the country, and I have actually had the privilege to work with educational systems throughout the world, you'll see something very similar to what most of us experienced, even the youngest amongst us. I'm going to show you a very quick video just as a placeholder. Do know that the members of the design team had a great deal of reading to do. We're studying a book together. We've read multiple articles, and we've watched many, many videos. And I'm just going to use this as a placeholder for the future of work. Will our children be ready? Okay, so now do I click something? No. There we go. Thank you. COVID, those robot dogs were actually patrolling parks in Asia, telling people to put their masks on, which I thought was curious. So everything you saw in that video, I'm so used to presenting to an audience, I have to turn around. Sorry. I think I'm supposed to be facing this direction. So everything that you saw in that video is actually happening right now. Now, John Dewey was mentioned earlier. He made this statement a long time ago. You'll look to see his dates, that if we teach today as we taught yesterday, we rob our children of tomorrow. And I want to spend a little teeny bit more time talking about the context that brought us all together for this new strategic plan. There's a great deal of writing and thinking across the world on something called transversal competencies. For years, we've talked about helping kids to develop 21st century skills, and it's a little bit too late since we're a quarter of the way into the 21st century. And this caught my attention, so my company and I did a lot more reading and research on transversal competencies, and I want to give you a visual that might be helpful. First of all, oh, I'm sorry. Okay, sorry. So transversal competencies are the abilities, mindsets, and qualities that students need to develop, in addition to meeting the standards in ELA, math, science, history, and social sciences. So when I go through the transversal competencies, which I'm going to do very quickly, do recognize this is not replacing teaching kids to read, write, speak, listen, and compute. These competencies are really our methodology, the way we approach teaching and learning while we teach kids the basic skills and content and concepts in standards. All right, so here is a visual that might be helpful. If you think of a transversal as a line that intersects at a diagonal, two planes, two lines, let's say one of those horizontal lines is a timeline, bringing us right to the present and hopefully into the future. And another one of those parallel lines would be the disruptive innovations I just mentioned. In education today, too often we find people teaching at this level. Mass production, and by the way, we have some computers, let's use those computers, as opposed to reaching into the future and anticipating the competencies students will need for the jobs that will be available. Now, we don't know what those jobs are. So what are those competencies that transcend jobs? One area of those transversals would be in thinking dynamically. And you heard many people tonight in the open session talk a lot about thinking critically, creatively, innovatively, problem solving. How do we teach our kids at that level? Well, we're still teaching them to read, write, speak, and listen. How about knowing themselves before their own operating system is taken over by another entity? Who am I? How can I develop that voice of self-efficacy, that awareness, that initiative, that resilience? How do we educate kids to develop that self-knowledge? Caring about others, intercultural awareness, openness, empathy, compassion. And the fourth area, engaging with others. How do we help our students to learn the skill of collaboration, developing higher levels of emotional intelligence, those social skills, conflict resolution? Those are the transversal competencies that, according to multiple writers across the world, are the competencies that will take us into the future, regardless of what the jobs are. Our students will be prepared. In addition, we in the design team are reading the book Leading High Performance School Systems, and I'm going to let you take a moment to read this statement from Mark Tucker. This is really the theme of the book that the people on the design team are reading. Take a moment to look at that. We need to develop a system that is much better adapted to the challenges that we now face. Tucker's book focuses on lessons from the world's best. So in addition to emphasizing a future-focused approach, we're also working to incorporate key lessons from high-performing school systems globally as we read this book together. And this is just one book. We're looking at multiple articles and multiple examples, listening to many people on this concept of what does it mean to prepare future-ready kids. So this slide, what does it mean to engage students in a world-class education? You're going to hear a little bit more about that in a moment. All right, so now what process have we followed? If this is the context that we're entering the strategic planning, if this is the context for our strategic planning work, How did we invite stakeholders? Who's this design team? So I want to give you a little background to that too. On January 11th, I had the opportunity to meet with your cabinet, and we opened an application process with a written questionnaire. Here are some of the questions. First of all, we asked people to commit to the multiple meetings that we have and the reading that we're asking them to do to prepare for our meetings. But in addition, we asked them why they wanted to be a member of the design team. Concerning the global shifts and COVID-19, what do they see as strategic opportunities and challenges? Qualities and practices of a future-focused school and district. And then lastly, as we celebrate diversity and emphasize equity, describe a unique perspective you offer to the strategic planning process. So multiple people applied, and we were able to form a design team. We were very deliberate about making certain that every region in Scottsdale Unified School District was represented with administrators, teachers, parents, and community members, in addition to 2 members from our Board of Education, as well as your cabinet and district leadership. We have now 40 active members, and we have been meeting from February 17th through June 16th to develop phase 1 of this strategic plan, which is what you're going to see tonight. We've met both virtually and in person for a total of 5 days, multiple Zoom sessions that were shorter than a day, and then 2 in-person days. We also, we couldn't invite students to be part of this team because we met during school days, during school hours. So what I did is I reached out to the community, Scottsdale Unified School District community, and I said, okay, who do we need to talk with as we're developing a vision, as we're developing a mission, as we're developing our values? How do we bring the student voice in? So we've had many panels, as was mentioned earlier, starting with Sisters in STEM. They stepped up first, and then we've had representatives from all of your high schools talk to us about the mission they see active in their school and what they'd like us to include as a concept in our mission. We also asked students about the values that they saw active in their schools. All high schools in Scottsdale were represented with some pretty impressive student voices. So we were able to bring in the students in that way, and we'll continue to do so. We've also invited community input, not only through thought exchange, but also Dr. Menzel has been out now to every region in Scottsdale at the high schools holding town hall meetings. And a lot of what he gathered as information will inform our phase 2 and 3 of the strategic planning process too. We also requested input on a survey district-wide. Here is a sample of that survey. When I asked about, this was fascinating, when I asked about vision statements, out of 1,084 people, they were divided 542 to 542. I've never seen that before. That was fascinating. And then when we did the mission, it was a little clearer that mission 3 was to the preference of a large number of people, but we brought all this information, including all of the comments, back to the design team for their consideration. So we've invited a lot of people to be part of this process, not just the members on the design team. And here's where we are now. Here's our progress so far. I want to give you kind of an overview to this process very quickly before I share the vision, mission, and values with you that have been selected for the governing board's approval. First of all, phase 1 is just about what are your words. But these words don't do anything except look nice on a poster on the wall or on a website unless you marry them to strategic goals, objectives, actions, indicators being measurements. So we develop a whole architecture under the strategic goals to ensure that we're moving toward that which we said we want to. We also do a pretty intense data analysis to see what our data are telling us. And then phase 3 is where it all comes together. This is where all those words and the strategic goals are operationalized into district programs and practices. So please be aware that you're just going to see phase 1. It is just the tip of the work that needs to be done to truly implement and sustain a strategic planning process. All right, here is the vision statement that's been suggested to the board. A vision statement, first of all, let me give you an overview as to what a vision, a mission, and values are. Then I'm going to show you the vision statement. This was a late edition slide. A vision statement provides a very clear, concise look at what the organization aspires to be. It's always on your banner. It's out in front of you. For our nation, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's our vision statement. And we have to work really hard to operationalize that, to make that truth. It's a vision statement, and we put it out in front of us. This is who we are. The missions, and it's aspirational, so pay attention to that word, aspire. A mission statement says, this is the organization's purpose. This is what guides our actions. This is why we exist, to support that vision. And then your values are the how of the organization. How are members of this organization going to treat one another as well as others outside of the organization? So if your vision is what is on your banner, and your mission is why do we exist toward that vision as Scottsdale Unified School District, your values are how we plan to work together and treat one another. So now, here are your vision. Here is your vision and your mission. The vision is engaging all students in world-class, future-focused learning. Now, it's up to us as Scottsdale Unified School District and within the strategic planning process to define exactly what does it mean to be world-class. You know, if you think about a world-class athlete, if you tell me that your son or daughter is world-class, that says to me he competes in the world, she competes in the world. Our intent with world-class is that the students who go to this school are equipped for the future. We had speakers earlier today thanking the district for setting their kids up for success, for being at Chapel Hill, and all the opportunities that that child has because of a great education. That's our commitment to all children in this district. Also, the mission is we inspire, motivate, and empower all to think critically, act collaboratively, and embrace diversity for a life of intellectual exploration, community engagement, and personal growth. That's why we exist, to inspire, motivate, and empower our students and our community to think critically, act collaboratively, and embrace diversity, so that we go forward to a life of intellectual exploration, community engagement, and personal growth. And here are the values. We talked a lot about the values. We did lots of surveys and questionnaires about our values. We asked the kids, what values would you like to see us adopt in this district? So here are the values that we are putting forth to the governing board. Excellence, integrity, empathy. We have 3 more. Go ahead and read those value statements. When you as an organization state values, that's what you live by. That's a commitment that you're making. And that means in the strategic goals and all the objectives under the strategic goals, in operationalizing through your policies and practices and actions, you're making a commitment that this is what we stand for. Here are the next 3. Trust, inclusion, and unity. Go ahead and read those value statements. They're brilliant. All right, with those 6 values, with a very strong vision and a very ambitious, very strong mission and a very ambitious vision, now we go on to the next part of our work, and that's phase 2. That's the foundation. Now we have to make it happen. I'm going to give you a very complex slide. I recognize that this is a graphic that might leave some people behind. If I had more time, I'm happy to explain it. But let me just say this. I want you to see a picture that we've just done phase 1. Phase 2, we start as the new school year comes about. Strategic goals, objectives, commitments, initiatives, strategies, action plans, indicators, a timeline, a communication program. How do we make this happen, and what do our goals need to be? We take this plan, we put into action, and at the heart of everything we do, and I remind the design team of this every time we're together, we're student-centered. We're student-centered. Students as future-ready learners. Everything that we do, and the only reason any of us are in this room, is because we share a commitment to students to be being prepared for their future. So students as future-ready learners, and to support that, we have to support our classroom teachers, because in a school district, the only relationship that really makes a difference, and this is the definition of why we're all here, is that relationship between teachers and students and the work that's being done in the classroom. Supporting that are collaborative educator teams. They might be PLCs, they might be data teams, they might be other teams that are formed around a common or current issue that you need to face. Supporting collaborative educator teams are school and district department leaders and leadership teams. Notice everything is going toward a leadership by lifting students as future-ready learners. And then we have district leadership. The board, the superintendents, the assistant superintendents. How do we support students as future-ready learners by supporting all of these groups that are working for the kids? We have to collect evidence, district-wide evidence, measures of our efficacy, school district department indicators, as well as classroom learning observations. This is my dissertation area, formative learning. It's not just assessment, it's a whole dialogue of learning that involves looking at evidence of children's learning in real time. We also have to operationalize the plan, and this is all part of the strategic planning process. It's not just words on a page. How do we change the way we think about school improvement, district office department improvement? We have to be compliant with the state of Arizona, but what else needs to be added in order to make this three-phase strategic planning framework work? Teams engaged in a cycle of inquiry. Are kids learning? What do we want kids to know? How are we doing? What are our next steps? Growth-based evaluation and observation systems. If we hold people accountable for an old system under a no child left behind mentality, we're not going to move forward with any of this. We have to hold people accountable for and help them and support them. It should be a growth system, not just I'm going to do a checkbox, but how do you want to grow? Future-focused, authentic, personalized curriculum. Everything goes back to curriculum, and I know many of you here are concerned about curriculum. Everything goes back to how we're teaching kids, what we're teaching kids, authentic meaning real world. Are we recognizing the needs of each learner? Our system under the Industrial Revolution was not geared toward that kind of observation of an asset-based education. What do we do to make a change? Equity, diversity, inclusive practice as a system. Do we even understand what it means to overcome implicit biases? That was talked about. And that's my timer for me, but nobody else said it, so I'm going to keep on going. No, I'm almost done. And inclusive, I set mine at 15 minutes. Inclusive community engagement, huge. And you have such an active community in Scottsdale, and you have so many brilliant people. I grew up not too far away. You have so many brilliant people in this community. Wow, we have to really make certain that we're flattening out the walls of the school, inviting community in, bringing kids out to the real world. So that is the whole picture of our strategic planning process so far. We're just at the tip of the iceberg. And I'm going to close with this quote. We cannot always build the future for our youth, but we can build our youth for the future. And that's it.
We have on our action items the approval of the vision, mission, and value statements, but at this time, are there any questions or comments for Dr. Cam about the process we've used so far, how we reached those vision, mission, value statements, or any other questions you might have about the phases for the strategic plan? Vice President Sanowski.
Dr. Cam, I would just like to thank you for this opportunity for our community to come together and be part of the future for our students in Scottsdale schools. Thank you for your hard work up till now and into the future.
It's been my pleasure, totally my pleasure. And you're all so awesome. It's very easy to work with this group, so thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments for Dr. Cam at this time? Well, I would just like to echo Vice President Sanowski's comments on this. I think it's been a really thorough and thoughtful project. It's been difficult because of the virtual learning environment and the virtual working environment. I'm glad that we're able to meet in person now. I think it's been much more fruitful. I don't know if Vice President Sanowski agrees with that, but I hope she does. And I also think it's been really great working with such a diverse group. I know the board received an email earlier today from a committee member concerned about the input provided, and my comment to that is it's a committee system. I would say that 98% of the input I provided might not have been taken up. I mean, that's just how it is because we worked by getting feedback from the community. We did it several times. We saw the 50-50 split, but we also worked very collaboratively, and it's just been a great process, and I'm so thankful to all the members, from staff to parents to community members, who have shown an interest and a willingness to help us out in this process. So thank you very much. Are there any final questions or comments? Thank you very much, Dr. Camp.
Yes, thank you for the honor.
The board will now move to item 11, consent agenda. The chair moves to approve the consent agenda as amended. Is there a second?
Second.
Vice President Sanowski seconds. It is moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries 5-0. Without objection, I would call for a 10-minute bathroom break.
Can we start? Jennifer, let me turn.
Scottsdale Unified School District number 48 is now resuming. The time is 7:18 p.m. Dr. Menzel, would you like to introduce one of the individuals we just hired?
I would. This evening, you approved the hire of Dr. Kim Dodds, who's coming back to Scottsdale, and we just want to send a official welcome. We are excited to have her rejoin the Scottsdale Unified team as our Director of Teacher and Learning. Welcome.
Thank you very much and welcome. The board will now move to consent agenda item 11L, iReady expansion to elementary school. Vice President Sanowski.
Yes, we just spent quite a significant amount of time discussing our commitment to our students, informative learning, and meeting our students' needs. And this is a very large ticket item. Over $378,000 of commitment. It also is a huge time commitment on behalf of our staff for training, for implementation. So I really just want us to be able to have a conversation. And preparing for this meeting, as some of you might know, that we have the opportunity to ask a lot of questions, or ask questions if we choose to, on issues. And there were a lot of questions on this particular issue, well over a dozen questions. And in seeing that, I made a commitment to myself as a governing board member to not just let that slide. I think it's very valid point to address questions publicly. Whether I approve of something or not, I just feel like this is something that we need to have an open discussion on, because it is a big financial commitment. And a few items I would like addressed. Maybe, Dr. Guerin, maybe you could just give an overview, and then I'd like the board members to be able to ask questions. And it doesn't have to be huge, because we did, the public's aware that we did approve FastBridge, and now we're talking about iReady. So if you could maybe go over some of the differences, the impact on students, potentially student learning, and addressing our particular student needs, that would be wonderful.
Vice President Sanowski, I'd be happy to. I also have Dr. Hagiat here. And I wonder if it would be great to start off with a principal voice on someone that has used iReady and what they're seeing in their building. Because I think that when you really illustrate what's happening in a classroom, that brings the program to light. So would someone want to volunteer to talk about that? Alice wants to? Thank you.
Thank you very much for having us here. I was so excited to hear that you wanted to know more about the iReady program. 3 years ago when I came into the district, I came from Illinois, as most of you know, and we truly worked very hard on having an assessment system that helped us drive instruction to meet the needs of all our children. And when I came in, I looked for that and I couldn't find it. So a teacher who taught up in Washington brought iReady to me, and I had sticker shock, much like what you all probably have right now. And they came to me the following fall, iReady did, and said, well, we have a pilot program. Would you be interested in trying it? And to hear the teacher say what an impact it had on her teaching made me want to try it for us. And now I can't imagine our decision-making without it. iReady provided two things. It provided an assessment, a diagnostic, and it provided an intervention. And the diagnostic helped us really see where the children were in regards to people from, or children from all over the country. So it was a normed test. We knew, and I knew coming in here, that our Scottsdale students and our school students did very well overall. But what did that mean? And always going back to the question, are our students learning because of us or in spite of us? Are they learning just because they have a great background and supportive parents? Or are they learning because of the impact our teachers had? And one thing that we've seen is they are truly learning because of the teachers we have. It measures the growth of a student. So we can see where they come in the fall, and we can progress monitor them, and we can give them benchmark assessments in the winter and in the spring to see if they've reached their target growth, or maybe they've even reached their stretch growth. I can't tell you the excitement that my teachers had this spring when we looked at our data meetings and our grade levels, and they saw the growth that their students had. They were so proud of their students and proud of themselves. That alone was a wonderful discussion and a springboard for next year and everything that they're going to do next year. Outside of the assessment, which gave us that valuable information to form who needed extra support and who didn't, we were also able then to see our intervention program. So iReady gave our students not only the computer pathway, each student gets their My Path, so, which is an individualized program for the students, but it also gave the teachers the ability to use that teacher toolbox to decide what other intervention, small group instruction can they deliver to their students, whether it be small group or whole group. What were they having difficulties on as a whole, and then how could they support that? So we had made the commitment that it would be 15 minutes every day for iReady in reading and in math, and that individualized instruction that they received, whether it be computer-based or student small groups, really had an impact on the students, and they were so excited. The students were, when they could see their levels and they could chart their progress and they got their little coins for doing well. They were just very excited, and seeing the students themselves set goals and where they wanted to be really helped with the engagement of the assessment as well, because we know that students, if you stick them in front of a computer and you say, go ahead and do your best on this test, and then you leave them be, all of a sudden they finish the test in 3 minutes, and they said they did their best. But this helped really monitor and give the students a goal, and really they became then a little bit more informed of their own learning and felt more empowered with it.
Do you have any more questions?
No, that was helpful. Thank you.
Board Member Beckman.
No, I just was going to thank you too, Principal Springle, for everything. If your last day, or appreciate all you've done, and thank you for that kind of assessment. It was very helpful to hear from the principals about how they feel something like this is benefiting them at the site.
Are there any other board member questions or comments about the expansion of iReady?
I do have
Board
one.
Member Lindsay.
Oh.
It's not appearing on my screen. I apologize.
Yeah, can you speak to the toolbox, the way it's charged? Because I see Desert Canyon getting 18 licenses, but being charged on total enrollment.
So Dr. Hagigat is our negotiator with iReady, so I'm going to turn the mic over to her.
First of all, thank you for having us up here, and please join me in really appreciating our principals here that are really advocating for others that are wanting to have iReady. And so the pricing, I have Ms. Salinas on the pricing for us from iReady, as you may need more in depth. So what happens with the toolbox is they do it by the enrollment, and so it's based on the school enrollment. This is not based on the licenses. The licenses are for student use for math and for ELA. And what iReady has done for us is keep that pricing below 60. And so as far as I know, none of our schools have gone above that 60. What gets really confusing on the pricing, because I was confused, is that typically what you and I want to do is add everything together and divide by the number of enrollment, and we're not able to do that because the professional development is separate. The toolbox is also a separate cost, so that we're able to really, when we were doing the negotiations, it was more based on that student enrollment piece and how many students. If the site license is the one that's desired, that cost is less. If it's individual license, such as if you look at your pricing with Desert Canyon Elementary School that has less licenses, then that increases the price. We also got a break on all of it. It was a 50% break because of us doing it in bulk. If we remove schools, then that 15% can go to 10 or 5 or none. And so I've spent probably the last 3 or 4 days just looking at pricing. But if we have other specific questions, do we have Miss Salinas up in the cloud somewhere?
Yes, I am here.
Thank you. And she's our iReady representative. I'd love to call on you, but I don't
Board
think that's me.
Member, Vice President Sanowski, then Board Member Hart-Wells.
So question on the pricing. Can we add additional student licenses after we have, if a site chooses, because I noticed one site had like 19 requested, yet they were charged for the toolbox for their campus enrollment. Can they then later choose to add more student licenses?
Yes, as long as you authorize that expense for us, we certainly can always expand to more interest. We had some other inquiries, but we wanted to make sure that we brought to you what's currently solid commitment from our sites, from our principals and our teachers. Our principals have been working with our teachers closely, and so others that start to see benefit, because this is something that is really catching on, we will not say no if you're authorized the expansion for us.
Good to know. Thank you.
Board Member Hart-Wells, and then Board Member Beckman.
First, thank you, Dr. Hagiat and Dr. Guerin for spending quite a bit of time answering questions over the last few days that we've sent to you and being responsive and prompt in doing so. On the toolbox, so there were two. There's the reading, writing, and then the math. Because the pricing is for the enrollment, total student enrollment, are all the teachers going to have access to those toolkits regardless of the number of students' licenses, individual licenses?
My understanding is yes, it's the teacher toolbox, and so that's how it's priced. Ms. Salinas, are you able to give confirmation on that teacher being able to use the toolbox?
Yes,
Ooh,
absolutely.
she scared me.
So the toolbox, every single teacher in that site has access to all the kindergarten through 8th grade content for reading, math, and writing is available for grades 2 through 5. So what that will allow a teacher to do is really provide differentiated instruction, not just for the kids who are below grade level, but also for your advanced learners. So everything is kind of back mapped. So if, for example, the diagnostic says, we recommend that you use grade 4, lesson 7, they'll go to that lesson, and actually if the students are struggling, it will actually tell them to pull the previous grade level. But every single teacher will have access to all kindergarten through 8th grade content. So they basically is like a very sophisticated filing cabinet of resources for teachers to truly be able to differentiate down and up.
Thank you. Are the teachers, so let's say there's one of the schools has 18 individual licenses rather than a site license, and what you just said applies in both scenarios, correct?
That is correct. So personalized learning would be for those 18 students, but the toolbox will be for every single teacher to go in there and find resources to be able to support their students.
Okay. Thank you. I also had a question about funding sources, and I had asked this before, and I don't think I came across with enough clarity, so I will ask it again. And that is, there were 3 funding sources on the consent agenda cited: district results-based funding, site result-based funding, and then ESSER funds, which we have, we now know a number, and that number is a lot higher, I'm guessing, than the site's results-based funding. And my understanding is there's not really a formula of, say, X% cost share is coming out of ESSER funds for all sites and or individual licenses. And there's quite a variation in how the funding will be subsidized or not subsidized to a site. Can you think of any reason why we wouldn't just use ESSER funding for all of it?
Honestly, I cannot. I think that for us, our purpose is to get these resources to the sites, and so the blended funds or single funds are a gift regardless, and so we're open to whatever it is you approve and to work closely with Ms. Crozier to make sure that we have all those funds that we need for the purpose. We know that we have the funding. It's just a matter of really outlining where it fits best.
Fair enough. Ms. Crozier, can you think of a reason why ESSER funding as a sole funding source for this iReady expansion couldn't be used? And if we need to consider this later, okay, that was really where I was going with my questions before. And again, I don't think I was completely clear about that.
So ESSER funds could be used for it. The only thing with ESSER is that it only lasts for a certain amount of time. We would have this for several years. We are looking at all of our programs and where are the best ways to fund it. By approving it through different funds, it gives us more options. So if we needed to, we do have a lot of results-based funding at the school sites and within the district, so it is a resource that we could use. But any one of them, we could do it all through ESSER. Either way is okay. But this gives us the option if we need to use other resources.
Thank you. And I just want to clarify, this is a 1-year annual subscription. And the ESSER funding is beyond 1 year.
Yeah, they're doing the 1 year. So yeah, we could absolutely take the whole thing out of ESSER if that's what we wanted to do.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I just wanted to add, when I think of the rationale behind both of these funding sources, results-based funding, of course, is to duplicate what's working. And we see this working at the middle school level and at some sites that have piloted it. And when we have a grassroots effort from teachers and leaders asking for something, to me, that is a perfect fit for results-based funding. On the other hand, ESSER is extremely appropriate as well, because we need to be responsive in our teaching and really help our students grow in response to what has happened the past year and a half. So I think it's a win-win either way we go.
Okay, fair enough. I just wonder if it didn't have a bit of a chilling effect, and I don't know if this is true or not leading with ESSER funding will cover the totality of the cost. Would there have been more schools interested? And maybe not. And maybe not. I don't know.
We didn't put the funding as something that, if you have or if you don't. We opened it up and said who is interested, and those schools, those administrators that felt that it was added value to what they already have came forward. We just knew that the funding was there, and I also want to give kudos to our administrators because they value this so much that they were willing to put their own results-based fund and prioritize differently because they really want to have something that's going to allow them to see the growth of their students and help them with progress monitoring. And this provides that and the instructional lessons that are needed to really come through with the differentiation.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's reasons why the schools that are on the list are on the list, and I applaud that, but they had to make a decision to reallocate funds to this project and away from something else, possibly. So just thinking about how I would make that decision, you have to make a value judgment, and I wonder if there might have been other schools that would have participated if that were something that was put out there. But I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Beckman?
Yes. Board Member Hartwell's spoke to a few of my questions with regarding the funding, and I agree. that I think that results-based funding is really important to each of our sites, and the ESSER funding coming through and providing that additional really, I think, may have been an attractive place to seek funding from for each of these schools. My other question was, which I think you may have answered, there was quite a few questions with regard to this. Did we look at I know you negotiated the fees, but is there a competitive diagnostic out there that does something like this that is less expensive?
We currently work with our Fast Bridge for a screener. What makes iReady extremely unique is that they tie those outcomes to lessons where it allows our teachers to be able to take a student in a certain path in a timely fashion. So this gives us, again, the reason why this surfaced so quickly is because our principals were the ones that said, we found something that's really going to support us. But I think that it's also important to us to continue to see what can FastBridge continue to do for us. And with iReady, it also helps our teachers to look at that differentiated path. So we, because it wasn't an adoption or it wasn't anything formal, we have not intimately looked at other details with the other assessments that exist. We've tried a few in the past here at SUSD that have not stuck the landing like this has and have not been utilized in the way that this has been utilized at the sites. We wanted to make sure that we had a systematic approach, and we knew many principals were coming to me and saying, this is what I want results-based for, this is what I want to do. And so we knew that we needed to collaborate with our teaching and learning and assessment department so that we create a consistent approach to a diagnostic that is just very much needed for our elementary students, both in ELA but in math, most importantly, because we just didn't have something with consistency that we could rely on for progress monitoring.
Okay, so to be clear, we have had things in the past that weren't quite what we were looking for. This came along, it is what we're looking for, it checks every box, and because of that, we didn't move forward and look for anything that was exactly like it to see if something was less expensive out there. We're happy with this because the principals that were using it were requesting it. Okay, thank you.
Can I add to that, though?
Yeah.
So the commitment that we're making with this one-year recommendation is that analysis is what we'll be doing in this coming year.
Okay.
To really ask and answer that question. So we had districts buildings that chose to use iReady before it got to a level where it needed to get board approved. And so you had Kiva using it, you had Pueblo using it. We did it as a part of our math adoption. So we're now at the point where it's sort of had organic growth. We've seen benefits from that. We have the resources to support it, but we absolutely need to ask and answer the question you just put in front of us, and that is, we need to look at the entire landscape to say, is this truly the best? Is it the best return on investment, or are there other tools that we should be considering? And that's a part of the commitment that we're making for this coming school year.
Okay.
And if I can just add to that, I have used other diagnostics in the past, such as NWA MAP, and then STAR Reading and STAR Math, both are diagnostics. None has come to, first of all, user-friendly like this is, and also came with an intervention that was tied right into their performance on the assessment. The work from those companies and those assessments, we had to take the data, we had to make instructional ladders, we called it, to decide what skills needed to be taught based upon the performance. So it was much more labor intensive, and it was very cumbersome and time consuming for those teachers. So out of the three that are pretty well known, iReady, in my opinion, has provided the best, is user-friendly, giving us the information and allowing us to really target the deficits or the strengths of each student.
Okay. I have one last question that ties to that, and I thank you for that, Principal Springall. I really do. You're giving a lot of kind of color to this proposal. And so with regard to what Dr. Menzel just said, we're using this potentially for a year, looking at it, seeing if it fits for us, if at the end of the year, kind of assessing whether we want to continue forward with that and make a recommendation whether there are other tools out there or things that we would rather use. So my question is a little bit difficult in that, is this proposal and the cost associated with it for this year something that is so expensive because the projection is that you would get value add beyond the year, if that makes sense? And so at the end of the year, if we decide it is not the best fit, which I have every hope and intention that it would be, are we going to be back at the drawing board paying just as much for something else and really shooting ourselves in the foot this year because we paid a lot of money for something that was supposed to have lasted longer, and that's why we paid so much for it. Does that make sense? So that's my question.
I think I can take that. That is a really good question, President Beckman, and I am a believer in pilots and grassroots efforts. This district and other districts have bought district-wide Tier 2 programming to the tune of up to $500,000 for every school, and we all know the best programming, it could be as good as great as sliced bread, but when it's given and you need to do this and this is why, buy-in isn't there, it's difficult. This is came from schools that have already been using it for a couple years now. So that is why, and Dr. Hagiat and I were trying to scale it down because we knew the cost was a lot. So we're like, how about you wait for phase 2? And we just didn't really have very many takers. So that is why I'm confident that this is a solid decision for us, because I believe in our teachers and our leaders. Just from my experience as a principal, so much of this work, like Ms. Bengola, I don't want to age myself, but had to be done just effort, but teacher work hours, and now we're working smarter. These tools are here when we know that there's deficits. So it's exciting to see that the workload is lessened for teachers and we can still get great results.
Okay. I'm going to really consider the benefit of that fact that has been used for a couple of years previously when I consider the risk reward here with regard to the cost for 1 year. Just realizing as a board member that it goes back beyond when we end this year, that we will be looking at potentially a period that is much greater than the 1 year. So I appreciate your commentary on it.
Thank you. Vice President Sanowski.
If I may request a principal's point of view on the time commitment to train the staff, and also time on assessment for students, because anyone can pull up our assessment calendar as a district and see it's 4 pages long. So something's got to give because teachers want to teach. So that's what I'd like to understand, have a better understanding of that.
So, thank you, Vice President Sanowski. In terms of the professional development, that was part of that dollar amount. So our partners at Curriculum Associates, which is the umbrella company of iReady, and I'm always a little skeptical because at the end of the day, they're salespeople, but their customer service has been above and beyond, even apart from the PD that was attached. So for us, we were in our pilot year this year at Redfield. We had 3, and if I'm wrong, I will go back and correct the record, if not more, 3 professional development opportunities with them as a staff. It was all virtual this year, of course, where the teachers not only had to get some buy-in, but to really learn, how does this work for me? As if I'm a classroom teacher, how does this help me? We're not replacing Tier 1 first best instruction. How am I able to use this data, especially as it relates to the toolkit and the toolbox of how can I look at little Sally if she has a deficit or needs some enrichment and use that tool? So that PD piece was also being able to contact iReady staff to say, hey, I'm reading this data, can you help me analyze this? Not just on the holistic kind of broad picture that maybe isn't by our students, but I could contact them and say, hey, I'm looking at this number. This number isn't, I gave the diagnostics, we give the diagnostic 3 times, and I'm not reading this number right. Can you help me understand it as it relates to the child's growth, as it relates to their growth as compared to other people, since it is norm referenced? So it wasn't, we tied it into our staff meeting, so we didn't have it wasn't above and beyond whatever we already had planned in our calendar, which we're planning now, right? So all the principals are planning their PD calendars for the next year. And how does that fit in? Because once you give the PD, it's not enough. And I think in our district we've gotten really good at not doing those one-offs. We give the PD, then we analyze and say, how are you using it in practice? And I'll tell you, I've had teachers who were a little hesitant and now are saying, when can I get my hands on the iReady data? As a complex and Desert Mountain Learning Community, we made the commitment to all use it and to all pool our resources to make sure if XYZ school didn't have the results-based funding, we all said we're going to pool our money, our complex money that we had allocated to support those students. I already had our feeder schools saying, when can I see the 5th grade diagnostic and the 5th grade assessment data? So we're not just looking at AZ merit. We're not just looking at what a teacher saw on us, and especially this past year, that snapshot wasn't a pervasive view of a child's true ability of what they knew and were able to do as a result of their instruction. So again, and I think I shared this with Dr. Hartwells when she came to visit Redfield. I was hesitant, especially after seeing that sticker shock from going from a pilot to the full price. But after looking at the data, it was eye-opening as we compare it to students around the country and around the other normed group. But to see the kids, and again, not to belabor the point, but during our Safe Place to Learn time each Wednesday, I was able to supervise the students, and that was the first thing we started with, was iReady. And to see the kids follow their path and follow, for the students who would fall into that category who had access to the path this year, and to see their progress, to see kids who were hesitant to have that productive struggle, who were hesitant to see, Mrs. Bono, look, I met my goal, or look at my progress. So again, I think that speaks volumes to maybe something we wouldn't necessarily see on paper or a brochure for the product. But that PD is something, going back to the PD piece to answer your question, was already authentically embedded into our year. Did that help answer?
Thank you. Yes. Can you quickly address, like, how long a student would spend on the assessment?
It depends. So the diagnostic, because it is based on what they know and are able to do, if they can't, if the question gets too hard, it goes back a minute. So when a child, now the diagnostic will only pertain, and Dr. Hagegat and our friend in the cloud, correct me if I'm wrong, for those students. So if you see, if I think we alluded to Desert Canyon having 18, those 18 students are the ones who will have access to that data, who have access to those resources. The toolkits for everybody, those teachers have access to all of that data. But the diagnostic can take as long as it takes, and I know that's a horrible answer, but a student can rush through it. But even then, they really can't rush through it, because if they get it wrong, the test is intuitive enough to go, oh, I have to ask you something else now to get a true sense of what you know and are really able to do. But on the whole, what would you say?
45
I was going to say 45 minutes to an hour.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Board Member Lindsay.
Yeah, did you make clear to the schools, the principals, that this may only be a one-year program before they added it?
Yes.
And I see on here with the individual student licenses that all of the schools, the district is taking care of it. They're kind of dangling a carrot to get them to do it.
No, so Dr. Hartwells brought it up as well. So there was we have the funds, we're a unified district. But if we came to you and said, we would like to get iReady, and it's however much, $350,000, and it would seem very top-down and district-driven. And so that's not how it evolved. It evolved from sites coming to us using their own money in their sites to say this is, and that's always been true in this district, that we honor site autonomy in regards, we all use the curriculum, we're all standards aligned, but buildings have different needs. And so they choose programs that are responsive to their students' needs and that teachers believe are important. And so once we had all that commitment, it became apparent that we had to organize it for fiscal responsibility to provide support on such a large scale. So then we thought, well, we could just pay for it, but again, this is a tier 2 site program, not district mandated. So we thought, how about looking at our FastBridge data? We can look at all the students identified as some risk or high risk. Those are students that would really benefit from this Tier 2 intervention, using the diagnostic and designing the toolbox around that. So we thought that would be a place to start, to have district support, funding support. And you'll see some schools didn't need a lot of licenses, others needed more. And so that was a way that we tried to balance it, but we certainly could just shift it over to ESSER funds if we needed to.
And do you think these schools would have added this if they had to pay for it?
Well, they already have. They already have. So
but
this
out
is
of additional results-based funding.
so
not the third that the district took.
I believe so. We kept feeling the pressure and the urgency, and please just let us do this on our own if we're not going to do this as a unified proposal. But then, of course, it exceeded the threshold for when we need board approval. So they were purchasing it on their own, and then we're at this point now.
Are you worried at all that teachers will use the adaptive learning path from the program instead of using the data to form teacher-led small group with students?
So that is always a worry. There is always fidelity concerns when implementing any program. And we are so lucky to have amazing instructional coaches in SUSD. And we just hired a new director of teaching and learning who knows so many of our coaches. So we're going to need to decide what we're going to be tight on, what are the district expectations in adopting this program, so that we can compare apples to apples to understand how it's working. We're also not going to use the iReady assessment to determine program effectiveness. We're going to use a separate assessment, the FastBridge screener, which is like, and I think Dr. Hagigat gave me this analogy, it really helped me. The FastBridge screener is a checkup. This is, iReady is when you go to the specialist and you get something very specific to you. So we will use the FastBridge screener to evaluate how it's going without losing that site autonomy in regards to some things. So we'll develop a curriculum group. I've talked to Diane Murphy and Donna Dempsey, and we need to do this with our Tier 1 and Tier 2 to become more unified on what we're tight on and requiring as a district, and what we're loose on that site autonomy is very appropriate for.
Will all teachers have to get the PD if they have access to the teacher toolbox?
They will need the PD, yes, and they typically do it as a school, and we are going to continue to recommend that they use the staff professional development early release days, the time allocated before school starts, to work smarter.
With when did you start considering expanding this? Like how long ago?
Dr. Hagigat, she kept telling me about it, so.
This started late March, early April when I started to get the interest, and so I put together an input feedback form to be able to understand what the need was and how we could support it. And so then we had another opportunity to come back and say there is high level of interest, so we're looking as a district to be able to support with the Tier 2 intervention resource support. What I was very key in doing was making sure that everyone that wanted an opportunity to have the iReady, and if they didn't, there was no judgment on anybody's part. They just were doing things differently at their site or had other resources that would help them achieve the same goal to support Tier 2 and beyond. And so it would have started back in April or so. I was looking back in my notes at our meetings when teaching and learning was coming to talk to us about some of the opportunities. But I'm very, proud to say that anyone that wanted it, we paid close attention. Those that did not, we respected their interest on their site because it was born from the sites.
I just get conflicted because we just approved FastBridge expansion, and we haven't started that in 4th and 5th grade, and we're going to ask our teachers to do PD on that and do this new program. We don't know how it's going to work. And then we're also expanding iReady. They're going to have to take PD to do the teacher toolbox. There was no vetting committee process for the iReady aspect. So
Yeah, and again, as we shared earlier, this was something that we were able to see growing at the sites, and what we didn't want is to do an after the fact, because the sites were moving quickly in their direction of bringing this resource, and I rather come to you at the front end saying this is what the interest is, instead of at the back end, this is how much we spent, and you weren't a part of the discussion or the process, and so we didn't want it to get away from a district-supported assessment and instructional tools.
Last question. Can we say here that we're not going to have assessments like, FastBridge has to do 3 times a year, iReady 3 times a year? Are they going to be happening at the same time?
The principals have done a really nice job to fit it in as it makes sense for the site, and what I mean by that, I'm going to put my principal hat on. We would start with the screener every year when I was at the principalship, and then we would use our diagnostic tool to look at progress monitoring and see where are kids still deficient, and so we would use it with some kids more often than others, but it was really based on specific skills, and we were able to move our students forward depending on their deficiencies. So it's really hard for me to say, well, no, it's just not going to be done this way, because our principals are the ones that are seeing where is the need and who do we need to bring back for that checkup. As I share with Dr. Guerin, our FastBridge is really good to be our general doctor, and then iReady will tell us if we're needing a lung check or a heart check, or if it's just a little twist on a little finger.
Can I jump in? Board Member Lindsay, I really appreciate some of your comments, because we can't have redundancy. So I just thought it was important to mention, and Dr. Bachna is in the cloud, that she has an assessment committee that involves all stakeholders, including parents, and we're really looking at streamlining the assessments we have. And some people are really attached to some of our assessments because they use them, so we're looking at moving many of them into the optional category, so that the teachers that use them, that are tried and true to inform instruction, such as some of the benchmarks, they still have access and support to them, but they're not required. So we're scaling that back and really focusing on national normed snapshots that will give us the information we need. The other point about the professional development, and most of these schools are not new iReady users, so they have done most of the hard lift of the initial use. A majority of them are already using it. It's gotten so big. That's why we're here. So that's, I think, an important point. And so we will work really hard not to just keep adding more to the plate. The other thing about the iReady assessment is you don't have to give it to every student. So if I have 19 licenses, I can give the assessment to those 19 kids because the FastBridge screener identified them, and I need to know more. So there's a ton of site autonomy on how to use this tool, and it is very controlled based on what you're trying to accomplish. So we're going to really focus our support on that, on how are you using it, why are you using it. Don't just give every test under the sun. So that's our new direction, because I think you made some really strong points.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions or comments? I have a couple, and I apologize for this. So when I was looking at the tool and reading through the materials that iReady provided us as to how the dashboard works, my understanding is that the target growth is established by averaging the growth of all users of iReady across the United States. Is that accurate?
Someone's going to be able to speak to that better.
That's going to be our iReady. Ines, are you up there in the cloud? I keep looking up as if she's going to come down.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
So that's a great question. So first of all, iReady is both norm and criterion, but we are what we call criterion first. So I'm going to spend just a second explaining that, and then I'll address your question, sir. So one of the things we know also is that when we say 50th percentile norm, unfortunately across the U.S., 50th percentile norm is no longer on grade level. And it's already sometimes at grade level behind. So teachers in the platform will be able to see both norm and grade level equivalency, which is criterion. So having that data point is very important. So when we calculate the students' growth, we do two types of growth. We do what we call typical growth, Typical growth is based on observed data, and it's what typically a child would learn by the end of the school year. Sometimes typical growth may not be enough to get a student on grade level, or if you had an advanced learner, it may not be enough to keep him advanced. So every child gets their own typical and stretch growth. So that stretch growth is a more ambitious yet attainable, but it will allow us to get the students more toward on-grade level success. So that's how those two growth targets are calculated, and it's done for every student. The other thing we do is we don't do averages, we do means. The best way I explained it is there's a book called, anyway, I just forgot the name, I apologize. But it's about when they were designing fighter pilot seats. They looked at the average of all the individuals who were pilots in the Air Force, and they designed a seat, and they realized there were a lot of accidents, and when they actually had the pilot sit in the seat didn't fit anyone. So when we think about an average, because when you average, you have extremities, you have, in that bell curve, you have both ends of the spectrum. So averages is not the best thing to do. So we do the mean. So we look at that student in the middle, which is real student, and that's how we calculate the mean growth. And so we do a lot of that explanation. It's in the system, but we really try not to do averages in any of the data that we present to your school leaders or any paper that we write from research perspective, because averages takes into consideration extremes, and sometimes an average student really doesn't exist. So we look for that middle student. I'm sorry, I'm a very big nerd, so I get very excited about data, so my apologies.
No, I appreciate that explanation. So you mentioned criterion. So when it says, when we get a result that says a student is 2 grade levels behind what is that criterion? Is that something that iReady itself has determined this is what a student needs to know in 8th grade, or is it based on Common Core, or is it based on Arizona State standards?
It is actually based on Arizona State standards, but we do what we call placement setting. So every 4 years, every 2 to 3 years, we have what we call placement setting, and we invite teachers from all over the country to meet with our psychometricians. Placement setting will basically, we sit together as teams with the psychometricians, and then we think about what is it a student in 5th grade, but not just a student in 5th grade, a student at the beginning of 5th grade, at the middle of 5th grade, and at the end of the 5th grade can do for every single one of these skills. Then we go through this exercise, again, very psychometrically valid, to determine placement level descriptors. And from there, that's how we determine if a student is below grade level or not. It's not just based on standards, but it is based on this placement setting exercise in which teachers tell us where a student should be for beginning, middle, and end of year.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very helpful. When it comes to doing the assessments that are taken, and I understand that it's iReady's, the newest aspect of iReady is to also indicate or try to predict proficiency among students on state assessments. Do the teachers have access to the questions that were asked and missed? So, for example, if there's an assessment given, I know that it adjusts depending on how well a student answers a particular question, and it goes from there. But is there a way for a teacher to review those questions to say, you know, a lot of students are missing these critical skills according to iReady. I want to look at the questions they asked to evaluate that, and then use that for their teaching instruction to say, okay, you know, looking at the results, 50% of students missed these 5 questions. We would like to go over them in class and explain it. Is that available to the teachers?
So iReady is an assessment suite. So I'm going to first talk about diagnostic, and then I'm going to talk about standards mastery, which is another assessment. So the diagnostic has about 8,000 items in the diagnostic, and it is a secured item, and we don't necessarily allow teachers to look at the items because we don't want this to be prepping for the diagnostic in any way. It's like, my best analogy is, it's like going to the eye doctor. You don't want anybody to help the student, even though the chart is there. We really are trying to find what is the right pair of glasses that students need. So the items are secured. Now, what we do during training, during professional development, is that every teacher actually takes the diagnostic during professional development, just so they can see what it feels like, what are the items, and if they're getting right, it goes up and down. So they're very skill driven. So each item has different discrete items. So to answer your question, no, not in the diagnostic. Standards mastery, on the other hand, is more what you're thinking about. So standards mastery is where, either at the district level or at the campus level or teacher level, they can actually create an assessment for every single one of the AZ merit standards. There's a Form A and a Form B. And then they get an item analysis that tells the teachers misconceptions, tells the teachers the items they got wrong, and those items, they can see. Those items also have tech-enhanced items, which are more similar to what you will see on your state assessment. And so those teachers are able to see and use them for instruction, or like, why did they get it wrong? Let me look at this item. And then there's a report at the student level that tells them, hey, you selected B is incorrect, and the student probably selected B because he only finished the first step of the problem and he forgot the multiple. So it gets that granular in the standards mastery assessment, which is also part of that answer.
Thank you. I really appreciate your explanation of those aspects. I'm going to move to ask a couple questions of our administrators, and then I think we have some more board questions or comments. So Dr. Hagigat, Dr. Guerin, you said that the idea is we're going to use this expanded for 1 year, and we are going to work if we approve it tonight, we're going to work on establishing the key performance indicators or the goals to determine or help the committee determine whether this really is the tool we want to proceed with, whether that means dropping other assessments as well, if they're duplicative efforts. What do you envision? Do you have any idea as to what those goals are? I mean, I see that they're looking to target proficiency on state assessments. So is it going to would it be something like this was 90% accurate in determining what students would be proficient? Is that kind of the type of granular goals that you're looking for?
So we're going to be looking at, first, our strategic plan is going to lead us to developing some goals for students, and those are broader and they're going to get more and more narrow. So of course we're looking for growth, we're looking for grade level proficiency, and we're looking for rate of improvement. And rate of improvement is how fast we're closing the gap or how fast a student is progressing to a determined and set goal. So we use diagnostics and assessments for so many reasons: to determine if we're ready for state testing, how we're looking at school-to-school, program-to-program, what's working, what's not, and then of course where really the rubber hits the road is the teacher using it to drive his or her instruction. And how is the student responding to not only Tier 1 but Tier 2? We have, and I'm going to talk about triangles, Dr. Sackos, so don't get too excited, but in some places we have upside-down triangles, which means that there's not enough students responding to the core Tier 1 instruction. So what do we do to close that gap? Because 1 year's growth every year is not going to get them to where they need to be. So our goal is to look at rate of improvement, to get students to be where they need to be that world-class learners that have every opportunity open to them. So there's the broader goals and there's the specific student goals to get them progressing, so that when we have our review of our assessment data every year, we have more and more to celebrate because we're responsive to student needs and we're providing teachers the tools to respond just in time. We don't want them to have to dig for the data or create everything under the sun. We want to provide them the tools so they can continue to push forward with the science and the art of teaching. And so we want to really give them all the tools in their tool belt to make that happen.
Thank you. And my final question, and if you could please remind the board, based on the use of iReady so far, what percent of our students are performing below grade level in math?
So
Is it 15 in math, and is it, well, I guess it's used in some English, is that correct? Some ELA?
he's got the report right there.
I want to say it was 15%, but I just wanted to give an idea of where we are.
So this total in math, we have 8% that are 3 grade levels below, 6% are 2 grade levels.
Wait, 3 or below is 8%, but 2 or below is only 6. Wouldn't 2 include 3?
3 or more. 3 or more, then 2 grade levels.
Oh, sorry, I thought it was 2. I apologize. Thank you. Okay, 2, 3 or plus. Okay. And that's math for what we have so far.
And we also have the 6th through 8th grade math data. And what's exciting is we're going to be able to expand that data, and the iReady mathematics information will feed into our secondary schools. We know math is a real area of focus for us. So to have that continuum of information is going to be something we've never had before.
Do tools of this nature exist for other subjects where there might not be necessarily state standardized examinations, but similarly normed things, you know, I'm trying to think language or art, I guess, science? I mean,
There's definitely assessments for language proficiency. Typically, these types of programs focus on ELA, mathematics.
Okay.
That's where the majority of it is.
Thank you very much. Board Member Hartwells?
Thank you. I think that Ms. Salinas meant median, not mean, right?
Yes.
I want to follow up on Principal Bono's comment. When I visited several of the schools in the Desert Mountain Learning Community, iReady was a tool, particularly the middle school and elementary schools, several were relying on, and we're finding quite a bit of value, particularly under the circumstances of trying to educate children in a pandemic. So I am pleased to see the administration responsive to the requests of those sites. I think now's the time. We have funding to address these kinds of pilots, and it might be a bit provocative in terms of price tag, but this is exactly why that type of funding was sent to schools and districts, states across the country. And then lastly, going back to return on investment, because the price tag is what it is, and actually and for everything that we're agreeing to fund, I think you've gotten this question, and that is we need to be prepared to have some kind of ROI analysis at the end of this year, at the end of this subscription before renewing is considered, because the renewal will not be a foregone conclusion because this funding stream is going to end. So with that, I am happy to support this, although I will be conditioned that the ESR is the sole funding source.
Thank you. Are there any further board member questions or comments? The chair moves to approve consent agenda 11L, iReady expansion to elementary schools. Is there a second? Board Member Hartwell seconds. It is moved and seconded that the board approve consent agenda 11L, iReady expansion to elementary schools. Is there any further debate or questions? Vice President Sanowski.
It was mentioned the funding source. Do we need to include that in our approval?
Yes, please.
Okay. I would like to propose that we use the ESSER funds for this project.
Does the administration take any issue with that request?
No, we don't.
Okay, then I will propose a new motion. Are there any other questions or comments before I make a new motion? The chair moves to approve consent agenda 11L as amended, iReady expansion to elementary school with all funding to be taken from ESSER.
Second.
Board Member Hartwell seconds. It is moved and seconded to approve consent agenda 11L, iReady expansion to elementary schools as amended, the amendment being that funding shall come from ESSER. Is there any further debate? All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries 5-0. The board will now move to action item 12A, approval of 2021-2022 English Language Arts Middle and High School Supplemental Book Lists. Dr. Menzel.
Thank you, President Greenberg. We do have Dr. Guerin and some of her team ready to talk about the process for the supplemental book list. There are 4 books on the list. Now we'll turn it over to her.
Okay. Thank you, President Greenberg, Vice President Sinowski, Governing Board members, Dr. Menzel, Cabinet, and guests. Tonight, I will be presenting with Instructional Coach Paul Becker and Instructional Coach Stephen Williamson on the supplemental books and materials update for your consideration. I'd also like to thank our amazing instructional coaches joining us in the cloud, Lindsay Gilbert, Megan Barnesh, Donna Dempsey, and Laura Kelly. In case you have any questions on any of our supplemental materials, they are the experts. This evening, I'd like to review the definitions of adopted, supplemental, and ancillary curriculum. There are so many ways to define curriculum, and we need a shared, agreed-upon understanding in order to categorize the curriculum. Very important. Then we will review our approval process, and I'm excited that we've made that more robust. And any stakeholder can go on SUSD Committee Hub right now and sign up and express their interest for our ELA novel selections or our supplemental materials selections for next year. So that is available tonight online right now, though we will not have any meetings in July. I can promise you that. It's just too hot. And then we'll also review our recommended materials for this evening. So first, our shared definitions. The one that we're most familiar with is adopted text and materials. This work goes through a formal adoption cycle. Many of you have sat through so many of these adoptions. It includes committee work. There are statutory regulations and timelines related to community preview of materials, and it requires governing board approval. So that is the one that is the most clearly defined. Supplemental books and novels. In SUSD, these are a set of novels, both fiction and nonfiction, on a reserved book list, and a stakeholder process with a rubric is used. We organize the books so that you don't read To Kill a Mockingbird in 7th and 8th and 9th and 10th grade just because all the teachers really love teaching that book. I myself read Great Expectations twice in high school, and I really liked it, but twice, I don't know about that. So this is helping us to organize it. Someone brought up age appropriateness. This is absolutely critical with where we place these novels, and how teachers present the information is also very important. We look for rigor and relevance with our novels, and making sure that they're relevant for our learners. Separate from that is supplemental materials, and this is an area that has absolutely exploded with technology, particularly with resources that are online. So supplemental materials are materials that teaching and learning department support, that we financially support as a school district, that we provide professional development on, that is used at multiple sites. Ancillary material is teacher-selected material used to enhance instruction. I might pull a primary source like the Declaration of Independence off the website and use it in my class, and that's an ancillary material. I might pull a current event article or a newspaper article and share that because that's going to enhance my lesson. That's ancillary. And many times what we find is teachers talk to other teachers and things expand, or our coaches go to professional development and find a great tool, and it expands enough that we support it as a district, we provide professional development, and then it bumps up to a supplemental material. So there's things that are just used in the classroom, and then there's things that rise to the level that we're going to provide training and coaching on. We're not able to provide training and coaching on every single thing, nor are we able to support every cool technology website under the sun, because our IT team has taught us about security and resources and total cost of ownership. So all of this goes into play on where the resources are at. I'm going to turn it over to our ELA secondary coach, Paul Becker, to talk about the middle school and high school supplemental book list review.
Thank you, Dr. Guerin. So with the idea of supplemental book lists, middle and high school classrooms assign novels to enhance the core curriculum. These books come from the board-approved supplemental book list for each grade level. We will have 4 novels tonight, 3 for the middle school and 1 for the high school, that were proposed by teachers for recommendation. Next academic year, the committee will review and recommend novels to support the new textbook adoption that will support the units, the 9-12 scope and sequence. How this works is supplemental book committees are in 2 groups. There's one for middle school and one for high school. Composed of admin, teachers, media specialists, and parents, this committee meets on an as-needed basis, especially when a teacher proposes a new book, a parent requests a review, or if there's a potential level change after review by a grade-level curriculum team. All decisions are made through consensus using a rubric to guide this discussion. So first, with the middle school novels to be approved tonight, or recommended to be approved tonight, there are 3 of them, 2 for 7th grade and 1 for 8th grade. 2 for 7th grade are for the Insignificant Events of the Life of the Cactus by Dusty Bowling, Percy Jackson Lightning Thief by Rick Riordan, and Legend by Marie Lu. For high school, this is very specific to the IB program at Desert Mountain High. High school committee wants to recommend V for Vendetta, was a graphic novel by Alan Moore for the IB program. Now, I also want to remind everybody that there's always an adoption for an alternate assignment or alternate text. We recognize as ELA teachers that a text may be potentially too sensitive for some families or for some students. How the process works in this case is that a student or a parent would request an alternate book title from the teacher, and both the teacher and the parent and the student will work in partnership to work out any agreement or details so that the student can demonstrate his or her proficiency with the standards with an alternate text. So that's our process, and now I want to pass it on to Steve Williamson for his social science part of the presentation.
So this committee will focus on vetting books for 6-12 social science teachers that they would use in their classroom as a supplement to the SUSD curriculum. These books would be used in their entirety in their classrooms. Now, the list here was presented at the May 19th, 2020 board meeting, but due to COVID-19, the committee did not meet during the 2021 school year. The committee will be finalized and will meet during the 21-22 school year, and the committee will collaboratively develop a rubric to evaluate books to be added to the list. Then the committee will meet on an as-needed basis moving forward. And I think I'm sending it back to Dr. Guerin.
Thank you. And I just want to comment that the books proposed tonight are not a part of the 9-12 ELA adoption. We have put adding any novels on hold till next year, and anyone signing up for that committee that's posted online right now, we will select committee members from that group and select novels. So no novels have been selected from the SUSD curriculum that was adopted. I just want to be clear on that. Next, I want to talk about supplemental materials. Now, supplemental materials, we are really going above and beyond what is statutorily required just to provide transparency and also to manage all the resources and how we fund them and provide professional development. So again, I talked about supplemental materials. They're teaching and learning supported. District provides coaching, financial support, and used at multiple sites. We have stakeholder recommendations recommendations. The coaches vet for alignment to standards and curriculum. We have a data governance agreement in so many cases because they all seem to involve technology. So we need to make sure we have security with whatever resource that is. We approve it through teaching and learning and provide professional development. So you have the supplemental materials list provided to you, and any new programs are in blue. Now, I want to be very clear that many of these are not new to SUSD. They are ancillary materials that have just bubbled up to the level that we think it's important to include them on the supplemental materials list. I am ready to take any questions.
Board Member Beckman.
Okay. A couple of things that you touched on. First and foremost, just kind of reviewing the process and how it's evolved over the years. I remember when we discussed this in 2019 and the committees were potentially formed, et cetera, how this went, and you can fill in the blanks if my memory is failing me in some areas. We had many, many books that were being considered, and a committee you were looking at that couldn't read all of the books that were being used in the district at that time. We had new books being considered that the committee was committing to reading and putting through the rubric, et cetera, and then the process beyond that. So we had quite a few that were grandfathered in, correct?
Correct.
That the team at the time suggested if any of the parents, et cetera, have an issue with any of those books going forward, they should bring that forth, and then it would go through the committee and the rubric again, and it would be then at that point discussed whether it should stay on the list or not. Okay, so I'm just trying to get some groundwork here. So at that time, we had difficulty filling out the committee, meaning as typical, we didn't have a lot of volunteers to be part of that committee. So the question that I ask for you today, because this is really going to be dependent, or this is going to make a difference in how I vote, is how is that committee filled out today? What kind of parent representation do we have on that committee as far as reviewing our new books and addressing any concerns that are coming from parents?
So thank you for the look back, because when I first brought it to the governing board 2 years ago, it was a working list. It was not a board-approved supplemental novel list that hadn't been formally done with the board in any recent years that I could come across. But we did have working lists to really organize so the books weren't taught in multiple grade levels. But yes, absolutely, if not only can a family choose a different alternative text for their child, they can also submit a concern about a novel, and that group will review it. So we have had difficulty recruiting, but we're having great success with this new committee hub. We've done it for the assessment committee, more than I can come up with right now, the special ed task force, and so just continuing to talk about it at board meetings and getting the word out. And frankly, I think the interest and passion not only about the curriculum, but so many more people have come to the table because of COVID and gotten involved in committees, voices that normally aren't at the table, and we're trying to keep them at the table. So my commitment is a manageable committee, not too large, but extremely well represented, and I'm not looking for all voices that agree. Certainly in the Return to Learn committees, we did not have all voices that agreed, and that's why we're able to come together and build consensus and build such a strong plan. So we will take that same tactic with this committee. I'm so excited about our new Director of Teaching and Learning, and our new ELA coach is going to have a huge task ahead of him or her, and so this will be inclusive. It is already advertised tonight, and it will be spirited, and I think it's going to be a great experience, and frankly, if they'd have me, I'd love to participate as well. I certainly have a lot of reading to do this summer.
So I applaud the community committee hub. I mean, that's been a long time coming, to be honest with you. But having said that, so at this point, we just got that up and running. We have a proposal tonight. So what you're recommending, and speaking to books maybe that had been questioned in the past, I don't know if there were any or whatnot, we didn't really have parent representation on the committee previously. I'm just asking that question
No,
directly.
we did have 2 parents on the middle school committee and 1 parent on the high school committee.
Okay. Out of how many?
Well, that's how many we were able to get.
No, I mean out of how big of a, large of a committee in total? Do we know?
Paul, Mr. Becker, can you tell me how many people were on the committees?
Just
About 8?
Just a range.
8 people?
We have 8 on the high school committee, and we have about 7 or 8 on the middle school committee.
Okay. Thank you for that. Now, next question. Can you speak to the rubric, please, and kind of let our community know the process and how these are chosen, and not only chosen in general, but when there is a book that may be challenged or even supplemental material that's challenged, what is the process it goes through, and what are you looking for when the outcome is either the book is taken off or left on?
Absolutely. So the rubric is based on a couple of criteria. The first criteria is this book's literary merit. The literary merit talks about theme and diction and syntax and symbolism and all the stuff that ELA teachers value. We want to teach our kids to analyze and ascertain. The other side of that rubric is the sensitive content issues. Those are the issues that will come across if a student or a parent feels a concern about a particular text. So we don't want a book that has all sensitive content but no literary merit. So we want to make sure the literary merit will justify the potential of a sensitive content that a character might experience. When we read the book, we take that rubric and we use that rubric as we read or after we read to fill out this rubric and chart to rank in a Likert scale. High degree to low degree on the particular content areas versus sensitive issues and literary merit. When we come back together as a committee, we use that rubric together to have that discussion, to discuss the issues that might occur in a classroom if we were to teach that novel in class, to weigh both the concerns with the sensitive content, the literary merit that book has for our students for instructional purposes. So that rubric is used in that conversation. That's why I started from the very beginning when I brought this to attention back 2 or 3 years ago. That rubric drives our conversation, and that rubric looks at both the areas of how the book is crafted along with how the book's episodes are crafted in that book to show the sensitive content that might come across for the particular character.
Okay, just a couple more questions, and I'll open this up to the rest of the board. I don't want to kind of hog the microphone here. Is that rubric used in all areas, meaning the book list, the supplemental material, the ancillary material? Are those rubrics different? Is it the same?
So we haven't had a review process for the supplemental materials. It just hasn't come up until this year. So that is going to be a new committee that we start.
Okay, so that's not one that is currently formed. And then the last question from me for now is SUSD. You brought it up tonight that there is currently no recommendations on the table currently with regard to any books or novels in the SUSD curriculum supplemental material, correct?
But we do have many books in the SUSD library already on our supplemental book list because they have so many books to choose from.
Right.
So just to make that clear.
Okay, so we had quite a colorful public comment tonight with regard to some books that are currently there, and I verified that they are with my own family. And I have a question about those. So how are those reviewed? Are they just automatically there as supplemental material when we, as a board, approve the curriculum? Do those just automatically go in? Or are they reviewed by the committee? Or if they're challenged by community members, then they go back through the process? Or how do those get put
So you're talking about the books that we would potentially select next year because of the adoption?
Well, the ones that are currently on there that you just mentioned, like there is some from SUSD currently.
Right. So, well, first of all, the Alaska one is not on the list, just so you know.
Okay.
The Wallflower one is on the list for 11th grade, though it hasn't been used in recent times, according to Mr. Becker.
Okay.
So those were all historically used and grandfathered in when we started bringing supplemental novels to the board 2 years ago. And so the committee reviewed the list, then grandfathered them in, brought them to the board, and if anyone has a concern, then we vet it and then no new novels are added without going through the committee. So the 4 that are recommended tonight, separate from the adoption, were recommended by classroom teachers that the committee vetted, the 4 novels.
Okay. Because I want to be sensitive to our community, I don't know how you want me to handle this, but all of those novels that were brought up tonight, I would like to go through that committee process for review.
So I'm only aware of one that we have, but I will double check the list, absolutely.
Okay. I will be happy to
And
do
they were talking about, when you talk about Savas, they merged with Pearson. There is thousands of novel choices. So you absolutely are going to find some novel choices that we're not even going to consider as a committee. We're going to focus on, there's different units in the curriculum, and they have recommended novels that align with the themes and support. I think it's also important to note that there's rarely an English class that reads more than 2 novels a year. And in SUSD, typically as a freshman, you read Romeo and Juliet and 1 other novel. So there's just so many choices out there, and teachers many times stick to what's tried and true. So I think we also need to look at the list and see, what do we need to retire? What is not taught anymore? If this one book that there is some concern about hasn't been used in 10 years, or I'm just, guessing how many years, why is it still on the list? So this is enabling us to ask some really great questions and improve our process. So I'm excited about that. So we will compare the novels that were brought up today. I only am aware of one that is on our SUSD supplemental book list.
Okay. I'll let the rest of my board members ask some questions right now.
Board Member Hart-Wells.
Thank you, Dr. Guerin. So you described a process by which a parent or community member could lodge a concern, and then a committee would vet against a rubric, an existing rubric. In the past, is there, because I'm a little confused on how much precedent we have with this process, how often has this committee received such a concern over novels that teachers in their professional good judgment are choosing novels for their students?
That they had to retire or had a concern about?
A concern has been lodged, it goes to the committee for vetting. Is that a frequent?
So in my 2 years here, it hasn't happened. Mr. Becker, have you received a concern that you vetted?
There was one concern at the middle school level that there was a title there that had to be reviewed by the committee. We brought it to attention. The parent signed, filled out a form, expressed her concerns regarding the title. So the committee in middle school, again made up of admin, media specialists, teachers, and parents, all got together and discussed the book and recommend to have it stay included as part of our curriculum. In the high school, we have not had someone to recommend review for one of our texts as of yet.
Thank you. In the rubric by which the evaluation is done, is that available to the public? Okay, could you just remind our community where to find?
We can certainly post it.
Okay, would there be a reason to not post it?
Not at all.
Yeah. Maybe we could share that, that would be useful. Great. And I'll just comment that, as a reminder, these are books that are before us tonight that teachers have selected for literary merit, right? Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? Board Member Beckman?
Last one. So speak to summer reading choices just for 1 second. So we've kind of talked about what the teachers have chosen necessarily as far as, this is what we're going to do. But when they provide that whole list of books on the summer reading choice list, because I know we had an issue with one at the middle school level when my kids were in middle school. How are those chosen? Or are they just taken from the grandfathered list, or is it a kind of
I'm going to defer to Paul on the summer reading list.
The summer reading list, any book that's on the summer reading list that's formally assigned comes from the SUSD book lists.
Okay, so the same process stands as far as the parental thing. And then
That is correct.
Okay, then this is my last question, because we had this as a concern in 2019, and I'm not sure if it's evolved. Ancillary materials. Can you speak to ancillary materials and kind of what is the process for what's allowable, not allowable, et cetera, for an educator to bring. I mean, we've got to allow our educators to do their job, and a lot of them, they all, do it very well, or we wouldn't have them here teaching our students. But of course, we want to have some sort of, arms around what is not brought into the classroom as far as ancillary materials. Can you talk about that process a little bit more?
Absolutely. So again, our instructional coaches are so responsive, and I believe it was Stephen Williamson, correct me if I'm wrong, is developing some guidance on selecting material and engaging in potentially difficult conversations and making sure both sides are heard if it's appropriate and aligned to the standards. So we always go back to why. Is it appropriate to the course? Is it age appropriate? Is it standards driven? So you have to first frame it and ask yourself the question of why are you teaching it? What do you hope to accomplish? What are your learning objectives? And if as a teacher you're going to decide to talk about a current event that could become a sensitive conversation in a high school history classroom, our coaches have provided some guidance, and we work together on how to frame that carefully. So ancillary materials, we rely on teacher judgment, but we frame it under, it has to be age appropriate, content appropriate for the class. So if you're in a physical education class, or it has to be course appropriate and standards driven. So that is the frame, and then we also rely on teacher judgment and coaching and professional development of one another to select things that are going to enhance the curriculum. And as the country has become more divisive, there has been more of a microscope on what we do in the classrooms. So it's just so important that we continue to support teachers to learn and grow in selecting things that are going to meet all of these requirements, but still allow them the creativity to bring learning to life through the magic of bringing in real things that are of interest, that are timely, and that are meaningful to our students.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for how we're handling these action items. The presentation kind of went through both action items.
And they are too.
And so I don't know if you want to field, and I don't have many more questions, I promise. If you want to field questions particularly for the first action item now and then the supplemental material, or are we just kind of putting them all in right now?
I think you asked questions about both.
Right. No, but because there was an overlap in the presentation. So
I think we can address the present. They're both noticed on the agenda, so I don't think there's any issue. We'll approve them separately.
Okay.
But yeah.
All right. Then I just have one last question with regard to the supplemental materials list, and that's why I wanted to ask, because that was specifically to that. Please walk us through and how Brain Pop. What's going on there with the concerns that our community had. The tools we're going to have going forward, it's on the list right now, but I want to make it clear, like you said with the reading list, we're not approving any books from the Savas curriculum tonight. And then Brain Pop there's been some concerns raised. Please speak to that a bit.
And I appreciate the concerns because they were valid. So we've been working hand in hand with Brain Pop, and right now in the summer, access is closed. So it is not available to students or teachers right now in the summer. We in the spring, we pulled some access from students that teachers could request access if needed to some things that we thought were sensitive materials. So the issue with Brain Pop is that it's open student access. So if I'm a kindergarten student, I can click on videos and watch them. And when we talk about age appropriate, we rely on our educators to make choices on what is age appropriate and then provide context around difficult, sensitive materials. And when students can just click and watch things without content and without decisions around age appropriateness, that's not a supplemental material that we can support in SUSD. But we understand that teachers value a lot of this material, and a majority of it is not sensitive in nature. So we try to find a way through. So in talking to Brain Pop at first, they said we don't have any of the ability to filter. And I think they've had concerns from more than one school district. And so we have decided that we will turn Brain Pop back on when we have the ability to filter the content for age appropriateness and sensitivity. So we can decide, and this would be, again, a resource that's going to work through the supplemental materials group to help make decisions with a designed rubric. So this will be, we've used this process for the novels. We haven't needed this process for supplemental materials, but now we do. So we're going to duplicate it in that fashion. And we will decide, our coaches will decide, help us, and we will run their recommendations through the committee on what would be something that we don't teach in SUSD, what would be something that would be on a sensitive list that a teacher could select for age appropriate and design it in a lesson and provide context around it, and what would just be open access. So if we have the ability to filter that, we're able to make instructional decisions that are good for kids. We feel comfortable moving forward with it. So that is why we have it on hold until we have the ability to do that.
Can we add two more things, Dr. Guerin?
Sure.
One, when did the district start using Brain Pop? And two, what happened when we shut it down in the spring completely?
That's really, thank you, Dr. Menzel. I was very unpopular for like 24 hours, by the way. So we started using Brain Pop and I just answered this question, June 29th, 2009, 10? Thank you. I know I emailed it to you, I just couldn't remember. So it's been used for a long time, and it started in the library media specialist area. So teachers really enjoy pulling a clip, especially from history, when they're teaching a lesson. There's a lot on health, all different topics. And so when we noticed some sensitive content and realized our younger learners could just, even if they were in Brain Pop Junior, they could click up to Brain Pop, which was problematic. We decided to shut it down until we knew what we were looking at. And my phone almost melted because teachers had lesson plans surrounding it and needed some of the content. So because teachers needed it and wanted it, I wanted to find a way through. And I have to say the company has been responsive, but we are moving forward carefully.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other board member questions or comments? Dr. Guerin, I appreciate you taking the time to research when we adopted that. The date is important in my mind because first and foremost, Board Member Beckman and I only started in January 2019. And the date is also important that we've discussed about when this process actually occurred. It is a legal requirement that we go through this vetting process and approve these lists. That was not done before 2019 when Board Member Beckman and I joined the board. And I believe it was actually President Beckman at the time who brought it onto the agenda. And I think we should all thank her for that good work and making sure that we were legally compliant. But these dates are important because these are not things that this board is just developing and putting through, nor is it something that the administration is just developing and pushing through in order to establish some sort of agenda. And I would like to remind certain members of our community, especially one member who was a member of this very board all 8 years when Brain Pop was being used, that they approved it every single year without issue. Now, I have read this document that's been put out everywhere about stopping critical race theory in our schools, and it is incredibly concerning. As a Jew, it is very anti-Semitic. I don't appreciate it, but one of the things that they specifically target is CRT being used in our schools? First and foremost, examine the materials your child is bringing home from school, including Brain Pop. I mean, these are racist, anti-Semitic documents trying to dictate what is taught to our students. And I think we need to be very careful about what agendas we are pushing, because this board did not push any of this or implement any of this. This has been going on in the district for over a decade. I also don't think that it is the board's role to dictate, or elected officials' roles to dictate what students learn specifically in the classroom. We do have to rely on professionals who are certified in their area to choose novels that are age appropriate, to choose materials that are age appropriate, to get those vetted through the appropriate systems in our district in order to make sure that they are acceptable to use, and get parent input, no doubt, but we can't just choose what books we like based on our political preferences or our ideologies. This is about fair and open debate and discussion. And as you said, I mean, of this list that we were given, only one of these books is currently on our list. It's not even used by our staff and hasn't been for a couple years, I understand it. So rather than get very upset about what may or may not be being taught in our schools, follow the process. We have complaint procedures. If you believe your child is being taught something, or your child feels that something they're being taught is not appropriate, you can submit those complaints. Those will be investigated. We have had students opt for different novels, alternative assignments all the time. I remember 4 or 5 years ago, students opted not to read Sherman Alexie because of the recent sexual harassment allegations that have been made against him. And they chose an alternative book. We made that accommodation. We are required to make that accommodation. We are more than happy to make that accommodation. But we cannot start fighting about which books to ban and which books to add based on our personal preferences. This is something I really feel personally that the experts in the room, the teachers, the principals, the parents who work on these committees, who are in the classroom every day working with students, need to judge for themselves. I really don't. It concerns me when we get into these discussions. Savas, yes, there were problems with the vetting process. We know that the committee system has been weak for a long time. We have a brand new administration. We are working really hard to fix that. I've complained about the committee system. Other members of the board have complained about the committee system. We are working to improve it, and we are improving it. We're being far more transparent. Every single member of the strategic planning design team, every single member of the curriculum team, all their names are listed. We have an application process. We're advertising them. We are doing everything we can to make this a better, more inclusive process. Give us the time and opportunity to do that. I mean, these are really old problems that we only started addressing in 2019. So I just want to make clear that your concerns are heard. I'm worried about going down the route of banning books, and we are working on the very real problems that exist structurally for getting to these situations. Board Member Hartwells.
I just would like to thank you for being responsive and putting more structure around the process and being more inclusive in the process. And I think that that's what it's what we should be doing, and it's what we can do. I agree. I think this could be a slippery slope. But one way to avoid that is to welcome all diverse thoughts into the conversation. So I want to applaud it. Sometimes they aren't very comfortable conversations, but you have to have them, and I think we're all better for them. So thank you for those efforts.
Thank you, Dr. Wesley.
Are there any other board member questions or comments? Board Member Beckman.
I will just say this, if we're now moving to vote on this action item, I'm supportive based on the following criteria. That I will approve it based on the committee working to grow and be more inclusive. That we treat the public comment tonight as a request to review those titles through the process. And that we are only obviously approving the books that were presented to us tonight.
Thank you. And I would just like to echo Board Member Hartwell's sentiments that I believe that a better, more robust process will lead to better transparency and debate. I think we all want it, and we're very, very fortunate to have an administration responsive to those needs. So thank you. I thought that was very eloquently put, Board Member Hartwell's. That said, the chair moves to approve action item 12A, approval of 2021-2022 English Language Arts middle and high school supplemental book lists. Is there a second?
Second.
Vice President Snowski seconds. It is moved and seconded that the board approve action item 12A, approval of 2021-2022 English Language Arts middle and high school supplemental book lists. Is there any further debate? All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries 5-0. The board will now move to action item 12B, approval of 2021-2022 supplemental materials list. Is there any further discussion on this item?
The one quick thing, the only request I have, Dr. Guerin, is that you provide us with feedback regarding those filters as they come available before the school year starts. Okay? Thank you.
I would just like to make a note that I also asked about EverFi, which was another supplemental material some parents had asked about. Again, that had been originally brought into this district for 4 to 5 years ago now. So again, before any of the board members were on here. And I don't know if Dr. Guerin has any comments about that.
And I just wanted to note that that is something a teacher has to select a lesson to use in the classroom. It's different than BrainPop because it is not open access. So we typically use it for financial literacy and some health lessons. The usage is very small.
Thank you very much, Dr. Guerin. Board Member Lindsay.
Yeah, I just want to thank Dr. Guerin for providing all the answers to parent questions the last couple weeks. Very appreciated.
Yeah, truly.
Thank you. The chair moves to approve action item 12B, approval of 2021-2022 supplemental materials list. Is there a second?
Second.
Board Member Hartwell seconds. It is moved and seconded that the board approve action item 12B, approval of 2021-2022 supplemental materials list. Is there any further debate? All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries 5-0. The board will now move to action item 12C, approval of adoption of Cambridge University Press as the core curriculum for IB Theory of Knowledge, TOK, beginning in the 2021-2022 school year. Dr. Menzel.
Thank you, President Greenberg. We have a brief presentation on this topic. As you recall, we had a start and stop on this one in terms of our posting notice. And who's going to do this presentation?
Thankfully, not me. So we have Mr. Paul Becker is going to take the lead. Thank you, Paul.
You're welcome. So with this theory of knowledge, IB Theory of Knowledge is the class specifically for Desert Mountain High School for their IB program there. And for starters, let's talk about the overall process as we did restart on this particular adoption. So with the next slide, the overall process, the recent revision of the IB program, there's a need to update materials to support the IB Theory of Knowledge class. There are links here to the specific web pages to show you the process of what we went through, but the committee was composed of the current Theory of Knowledge teacher, the IB coordinator at Desert Mountain High School, the Desert Mountain High School assistant principal, 3 parents, and myself, the secondary ELA academic coach. The parents that are part of this committee was a direct result of the committee hub. So these parents were selected through that process, and it shows that that improvement is exactly working as designed. As before, we reviewed criteria and rubrics prior to the evaluation of all these materials. These programs are evaluated on Tier 1 for quality alignment and instructional guides. High-ranking Tier 1 programs were evaluated using rubrics based on the criteria that IB has put forth for us. And the top 3 programs are selected based on those scores that presented to the committee after that evaluation. And then the vendors came in and gave their presentation, and they were ranked again. So after all of that, we recommend as a committee that the Cambridge University Press will be this adoption selection for IB Theory of Knowledge for Desert Mountain High School. And that's on the next slide. These will include the grade level teacher materials, which will include annotated teacher editions, 2 years of online access, student materials, and student textbook. The reason why it's 2 years of 2 years of online access, Cambridge University Press renews their agreement every 2 years versus the 7-year adoption that we go through. So 2 years from now, the committee will have to reconvene to talk about the updated procedures. If they don't continue, Cambridge University Press or consider another adoption, but that's a 2-year cycle by them. They will get student consumable workbooks. The Cambridge University Press curriculum was designed by teacher practitioners of IB Theory of Knowledge and exam readers. They have integrated reading and writing routines, and professional development will be included. So the total cost of the adoption for the class of Desert Mountain High School is the price you see on your screen, $1,680, and that is the recommendation by our committee. Do I have any questions regarding this small adoption?
Small? This is very expensive. Board Member Hart-Wells.
I have absolutely no objections to this. I just simply wish to say thank you, Ms. Kampka. I see you are still with us. Thank you. She brought her pillow. No, I'm teasing. I love this class. If any of you wish to prime your critical thinking skills, this is the class for you. So I am a big fan of the International Baccalaureate program and everything Ms. Kampka does as the coordinator of that program at Desert Mountain High School. And I am very, very pleased to see this come before us before the end of the school year. So thank you. And Mr. Becker, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Board Member Beckman.
I don't have anything. It's good.
Oh, Vice President Sanowski.
And aside from Ms. Kampka, we can also ask a former IB student who has taken the Theory of Knowledge class as well. Small investment for great thinking.
And just as a reminder, we have expanded the IB program, so that's a great system. And thank you very much for all the work you do, and thank you for bringing this adoption to us and for using the new committee system. That's wonderful that it worked out, and hopefully it will continue to work for other adoptions. Dr. Menzel, do you have any comments?
I was just going to say, I hope this is evidence that when we went through a process that didn't check all the boxes, even though it was only for $1,680, we did the process the right way, as we made a pledge to do that after what we learned in the other curriculum adoption. So I'm hoping that people will see this as a sign of our commitment.
Thank you, Dr. Menzel. The chair moves to approve action item 12C, approval of adoption of Cambridge University Press as the core curriculum for IB Theory of Knowledge, TOK, beginning in the 2021-2022 school year. Is there a second? Board Member Hartwell seconds. It is moved and seconded to approve action item 12C as presented. Is there any further debate? All those in favor say aye. Aye. The motion carries 5-0. The board will now move to action item 12D, approval of guaranteed maximum price 1 of 2 for RFQ number 210126, construction manager at risk, CMAR, services for Kiva Elementary School. Dr. Menzel.
Thank you, President Greenberg. I'd like to invite Dennis Rayler to the podium, who has a very lengthy presentation related to this exciting project. He's ready to answer any and all questions that you may be prepared to throw at him this evening. Welcome back, Dennis.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yay for Dennis.
Thank you. I guess since you welcomed me back, I should take the time to thank everybody for the good vibes while I was not quite on my deathbed, but man, it felt like it sometimes. So COVID was pretty rough for me, but I'm glad to be back. I'm glad that I have a team that I have in building services that stepped up to the plate and did the work that they did that I normally do. And I thank everybody for the well wishes along the way. So thank you so much. President Greenberg, Vice President Sanowski, members of the board, Dr. Menzel, today we bring for you the GMP1 for Kiva. As a measure of transparency, typically when we do a presentation or have an item like this, we will meet with board members separately and individually to go over this, so there isn't a ton of discussion. I've only got 14 slides, and I'm kidding. We're gonna try and get through this right away. When we took the break, I told the guys, well, I'm looking at this. We got these many items. We'll be done by 8, guys. So we've got Tom O'Neill from Orcott Winslow and Brett Foster from McCarthy Builders here as well, if there's any really tough questions that I can't answer. As I showed you in our meeting, real quickly, the Kiva site, this top side of the picture is the north side of the campus, looking at 2 new parking lots, a full rebuild of the campus with administration, kindergarten, first grade, the 200 building with band, music, strings, PE, and our cafeteria and kitchen. The 300 building with second, third, fourth, and fifth grades. And then our 400 building with pre-K, special needs, and the media center. So we did the typical visioning work that we've been doing for the last 3 schools, and got plenty of great input. It was a different and difficult process because we were online the entire time. But we got through it. I think we had some great input, some great participation. That committee fluctuated from about 22 to 25 people at all times. Participation really was pretty good. Just want to show you, for the public's benefit that might still be watching if they haven't fallen asleep by now, is just a nice little visual. If you were standing on the north east corner of the property, this is looking at the what is proposed to be the new administration building and the parent drop-off for the older students. I'm going to try and move through this quickly. I want to respect everyone's time. Who's touching my stuff? Oh, Jonathan? Jonathan saw the bigger picture. I just wanted to show the nice one. Let me get him out of there. So the important part, you're here to approve the GMP, guaranteed maximum price. One of the problems that most people concern themselves with doing 2 GMPs is, what is the end game? What's that total that before we process a GMP1, do we know we're going to get to the budget to begin with? So McCarthy's done a lot of hard work. OW and the team have come together and really looked at this budget, this streamlined budget, as we get towards the end of the bond, making sure that we're getting everything we need for that campus. So just kind of run through a few numbers first before I get into these numbers. The school is 71,000 square feet, or 71,310 square feet, with a design capacity for students of 732. Kiva's current enrollment, best we can tell, mid-COVID or maybe post-COVID, is 569. There are 4 classrooms at every grade level and 3 multi-age CGP classrooms and a pre-K classroom. PE, music, band, all of the other amenities that any of our other schools have. So our budget is currently established at $18.5 million, with an additional $1 million for adjacent ways. Adjacent ways, for those that don't know, pays for the driveways, the bus lanes, any of the egress and ingress to the property for emergency vehicles and transporting students. Site utilities under those areas, things like that. So we're at 19.5 as a budget, and our most recent number came in at 19,988,739. Tomorrow afternoon, we have a what we're calling a gut check meeting to look at that budget and see where McCarthy's at as of tomorrow. And so Brett didn't give me any bad news while we've been here, so hopefully he doesn't give me any bad news tomorrow. So we're still a little bit over budget, but we're going to get there. This team has been working really hard to get there, and without sacrificing anything in the quality of that school. That's been real important for us. So the numbers that you're looking at, they've already identified their subcontractors for this early GMP work, and understand that obviously the summer is the window to get the heavy lifting done, to get the dirty work done, to take care of business that we can't normally take care of, or it isn't as easy to take care of during the school year. So we're going to demo some buildings. We've already started the asbestos abatement in those buildings, and we're going to get to the site utilities and start building those building pads and get it ready to go. So right now, our total GMP for GMP1 is $3,442,204. I should note that of that total, $1.5 million is a set-aside allowance for things that we know are going to be in GMP2. But with escalation, with all of what's happening in the world, materials not showing up, ships in the Suez Canal, customs backed up 5,000 ships. McCarthy thought it prudent to propose this to make sure that we can buy those materials early enough to hit our deadline. What's our deadline? The expectation is that these buildings are built and kids are moving in next August for the next school year. Not this August, next August, which is an extremely aggressive schedule. So we've seen McCarthy's track record on some other projects, not our projects, but other projects, and they can do it. So they're setting themselves up and our district up for success by asking us to approve this allowance as part of the GMP 1. So what does that mean exactly? Well, all along the way, anytime there's money expended, we look at those dollars, we being the team, but most importantly, the architects and their consultants. It's their job to make sure the money's spent where it should be spent. Now, I've been asked to consider a third-party consultant to look at those numbers and to validate them for us. So we're going to do that. We're going to look at that. We've talked with the City of Scottsdale, their auditors, their chief estimator. They've provided us with a couple of companies that do this kind of stuff for a living. And so we're going to talk with them, determine a scope of work, see if there's a return on investment that we can do that and feel comfortable that we're not duplicating services, that we're not really stepping on the architect's toes, because they do have a professional responsibility to do this. So we'll maybe or maybe not bring that back. It might just be an update coming from Dr. Menzel to you, because it may not meet the threshold to necessarily come back to the board. Okay? So our ask at this point is the GMP of $3,442,294. And with that, I'll leave you with the recommendation.
Thank you.
Or questions?
Board Member Beckman.
Just a really quick one. As you go into your meeting tomorrow, we discussed this in our meetings that we had individually. First of all, welcome back. Thank you. You're
Thank
missed,
you.
by the way. Is the 5% construction fee and paying 5%, you know, we talked about this.
Yep.
On the liability umbrella, the builder's risk insurance, performance and payments, the sales tax, paying 5% on that. Yeah, so I would like a conversation centered around that.
Yep.
Possible?
I've already had it.
Okay.
And we'll have it again.
Okay.
But we definitely, Tyler Shoup, who's not here tonight, as soon as I got out of the room with you, we had a phone conversation, so it'll be discussion again.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Board Member Hartwells.
All right, thank you for acknowledging the diligence that's being done to retain the performance milestone contract concept that's here, right? An early advance on tranche 2 money needs to have some process where we make sure that that's, and it's not to assign a motivation to anyone, it's just good due diligence. And I echo Board Member Beckman's observation of the fee on top. It perhaps should be on the subtotal, not down on the total. So I would be interested in also hearing the outcome of that conversation.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you for all your hard work, Dennis,
Thank
and
you.
welcome back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other board member questions or comments? Dennis, I just want to thank you again for meeting with us on the 2x2x1s. Those are very helpful for the board. It allows us to ask quite a lot of questions in a detailed manner that is not so time consuming. And I also want to thank you and your department for working with the City of Scottsdale's auditors in improving the bond process and improving all the work that we do, because anything we can do to protect taxpayer money and be transparent there is a benefit to our students and it's a benefit to our community. So thank you very much.
Welcome.
Are there any further comments or questions? The chair moves to approve action item 12D, approval of guaranteed maximum price 1 of 2 for RFQ number 210126, construction manager at risk CMAR services for Kiva Elementary School. Is there a second?
Second.
Vice President Sanowski seconds. It is moved and second to approve action item 12D as presented. Is there any further debate? All those in favor say aye. Aye. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
The board will now move to action item 12E. Do you have any comments, Dr. Menzel? Oh, apologies. We'll now move to action item 12E, second read of proposed revisions to Governing Board Policy DIE, audits, financial monitoring. Dr. Menzel.
Thank you, President Greenberg. I want to turn the microphone over to Jennifer McLennan, who's worked very closely with a couple of our governing board members and Sharon Walker from the city on these proposed revisions. But before letting her speak, I also want to thank her for filling in as general counsel in-house for us since Michelle Marshall left. We really appreciate the work that you've done in support of the district.
President Greenberg, members of the board, Dr. Menzel, thank you very much for those kind words, and thank you to the amazing Gladys as well. The Governing Board Policy Committee had considered Governing Board Policy DIE. We had a first read 2 weeks ago. This is being presented for a second read. Since the time of the first read on June 8th, Board Member Hart-Wells has submitted comments which are included in the black-lined version that you are viewing here. We also met in a two-member board with myself and with Sharon Walker of the City of Scottsdale. She was very instrumental and helpful in explaining some of the city's policies and procedures with respect to creating and auditing and financial policy. So, and in addition to the corrections that you see up there, Dr. Hart-Wells in her careful read has found one additional typo that we've corrected. So I would present this to you for your discussion. Happy to elaborate on some of the finer points which are also outlined in the agenda item if you'd like me to.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments? Board Member Hart-Wells.
I simply wish to say thank you for tolerating my careful reads.
I appreciate that.
And for being open in the discussion. And actually, Ms. Walker was very helpful in terms of her proficiency and her experience and competency to help develop this policy, and feel very confident that this was done in a very professional manner. So, and thank you, Ms. McLennan, for your lead on this, and President Greenberg for your lead on this.
Thank you very much, and I just reiterate that I appreciate everyone taking the time to meet last week, was it? Mm-hmm. Gosh, time flies. It's all a blur. And Ms. Walker was fantastic. It was great that she would take the time out of her very busy schedule to meet with us and go over that. My personal view would be that approving the policy as revised is appropriate. The only change, the only revision I would personally advise against, and I'll let Board Member Hart-Wells speak to this, is there's a change on the top of page 4, the very first paragraph. One of the abilities that is generally given to a district auditor or city auditor is the ability to initiate spontaneous audits without a committee or superintendent board approval. It's used rarely. The main reason for it is if there's a specific allegation of wrongdoing that involves personnel. If they report it to the committee or have to get board approval, it becomes a public record before there's been any initial investigation to see whether there's any standing there or any reason to move forward. So in general, you would allow a district auditor or a city auditor or your chief audit executive to initiate those spontaneous investigations, and you would have to rely on their professional competency to carry those out and have discretion not to abuse their rights under the policy. I will remind people that these are professionals. They are professionally certified if the district were to ever hire one. The main reason for getting this policy done is to initiate the district auditing committee process, which is included in here, that formation of the committee. But 2 or 3 years down the road, to Board Member Hart-Wells' point about getting it right, if we're going to put it on the books at all, I think these people are assessed and evaluated by independent third parties based on peer reviews that are done. They're also subject to their own professional certification. So I think all of the changes in here that Board Member Hartwell's working with us has suggested are great. The only change would be not to remove the spontaneous initiation of audits when necessary. So that's my only caveat to the changes made. And I don't know if anyone, Board Member Hartwell's.
I wanted to explain my reasoning for requesting it to be removed. And my read of it was that it could be construed as alarming to an employee if, in fact, the auditing component is not done in a professional manner, one, and two, that there is no gates. There's no qualification. It's just hanging out there as what it could be perceived as a blank check. That again, not assigning a motivation to anyone. I don't think someone that would take this job would necessarily be looking for that kind of loophole. But it felt to me a bit too permissive in the language. So my concern, that was my concern. We discussed maybe some controls around what that looks like, but went with, let's strike it and then talk about it. So that's where we're at. I am still of the opinion that it could be added later once the district auditor is hired, the committee takes shape, and the processes start to be laid throughout the district and the organization, if warranted.
Are there any questions or comments? Or is this just a very esoteric debate? Board Member Beckman.
So I guess this question is for you, since we have two sides kind of making very rational points with regard to the use of that word. The very reason for hiring an auditor is obvious to most professional organizations, clearly. Specifically in Scottsdale Unified, we've had a storied history of needing an auditor. And there were moments years ago where a spontaneous audit could have been quite beneficial. And I think I'm just curious if that kind of precipitated partially your rationale for wanting to keep that in there, not necessarily a specific instance, but an environment where something like that may be needed.
It is, certainly, and I think, Board Member Hartwell's makes a very good point. What are the checks and balances if we hire somebody who does start to abuse their discretion? And I think because of the dual reporting system, they report daily, of course, to the superintendent and provide updates. And of course, the superintendent also has to keep an eye out on the interaction between the internal auditor and people. We could have a great internal auditor, but if he or she or they are abusive of other, competent in terms of work, but if from a social side are abusive to staff, well, we couldn't keep working with that individual. And so we have that side with Dr. Menzel providing that input of saying, there have been concerns here. The issue that Ms. Walker pointed out is that there really aren't any gateways, because the main issue is if you do that spontaneous thing, you don't want to name publicly what you might be looking into if it ties directly to an individual. So if I call up and I say, I'm concerned that Jan Michael Greenberg is misappropriating district funds, and here's how I believe he is doing it, you might not want to publicize that unless you find grounds that might actually be happening. Because otherwise, if you just go to the board and say, there's this new audit, and it would be investigating Mr. Greenberg, well, I could then go and start destroying documents, or I could go and do other things that halted, or I could push for the firing of the internal auditor. So and at the same time, you're protecting the individual's reputation in case there is absolutely no basis for those claims. It was a concern, it was reported, and it wasn't there. So yes, it prevents somebody from being notified that they are being potentially investigated and destroying information or documents. But there is, of course, always the side of what are the checks and balances? Is this person just going after individuals they don't like or have had run-ins with? I again, I think the checks and balances are, their professional qualifications are on the line, and it will be found out, probably pretty quickly if it turns out that, hey, why are you requesting all these documents about this person and so on. I think they would have to, at some point, bring it to the board if there's some foundation for their investigation. Oh, yeah, Dr. Menzel.
So two things strike me in the conversation. One, it's the next part of the clause that says deemed necessary. And so what's the threshold for deeming something necessary? Under the idea here with an audit committee is that we have an audit work plan. So then what would be and rise to the level that we would deviate from the audit work plan in order to investigate something else spontaneously? So I would say that the spontaneous part doesn't cause me as much concern as what's the threshold for deemed necessary? Because there could be, I think about our curriculum adoption for $1,600, that's pretty small. And should we take ourselves off of a course of action that's been planned based on other risk factors that have been taken into consideration? What's the threshold? And if we had clarity around what the threshold is for deemed necessary, that might help alleviate some of the concerns.
May I make a proposal? Why don't we approve it as amended here? I think it can actually probably be dealt with by the audit committee itself in setting out parameters of miscellaneous audits, and that committee can set out the specifics as to when certain other audits may be conducted, i.e. if there's just direct allegation of illegality. Would that be maybe an appropriate action, just so that we can, I'm cognizant of time. I'm also cognizant that we do want to get this done, and Board Member Hartwell does make a good point that we can amend this in the future if we really need to.
I appreciate that compromise, and I don't believe that it takes it off the table. The document, the policy, does contemplate the charter for the audit committee, which the audit committee, when formed, will establish. And to Dr. Menzel's point, those types of terms could have a bit more teeth around and definity and structure to trigger certain parties involved. And I'm very comfortable with that proposal.
Okay. Thank you. Good compromise, good teamwork. Are there any additional questions or comments? Jennifer, would I be moving to approve it, policy DIE, as?
I would say as presented in the second read.
Perfect, as presented in second read. Thank you very much. The chair moves to approve action item 12E, second read of proposed revisions to Governing Board Policy DIE, audits financial monitoring, as proposed during this second read. Is there a second?
Second.
Board Member Hartwell seconds. It is moved and seconded to approve action item 12E, second read of proposed revisions to Governing Board Policy DIE, audits financial monitoring, as proposed during the second read. Is there any further debate? All those in favor say aye. Aye. The motion carries 5-0. The board will now move to action item 12F, approval of vision, mission, and core values. Dr. Menzel.
Thank you, President Greenberg, Vice President Sanowski, members of the Governing Board, and those in the audience who are still with us this evening. Earlier tonight, we had a presentation by Dr. Connie Kam outlining the process that we've gone through to get to a point of bringing forward to the Governing Board recommended vision, mission, and value statements for Scottsdale Unified School District. I think if we thought about these only in isolation, there could be a lot of different questions, and I'm hopeful that the way Connie presented the information tonight in terms of where we're going and what it really means to provide and engage all students in world-class, future-focused learning really sets a tone for how we ensure that every student in Scottsdale Unified School District is prepared to be successful when they leave our school system. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, talk about any specific things that might have surfaced, but this is the recommendation from the Strategic Planning Design Committee, and I support it.
Thank you, Dr. Menzel. Are there any questions, comments, or concerns about this proposal? Vice President Sanowski.
I just want to add that I love this work. I love the outcome. This is where we need to be aspirational for students and staff.
Thank you, Vice President Sanowski. Are there any other questions, comments, or concerns about the proposal or the process? I would just like to thank Dr. Menzel and Dr. Kam and all 40 members of the committee for working very hard on this, and to the governing board for giving us this opportunity to start this process. It really couldn't have been done without the 5 people on this board, the administration, and the wonderful community engagement we've had with it. And, you know, I think I had a parent come up to me after the public comments section with a number of comments, but I will just say this, that when we talk about inclusion, we do mean inclusion of all, and that means politically conservative voices as well as liberal voices. That means the LGBT community, able-bodied persons, disabled persons, special education, accessibility for all. We're not talking about excluding anyone here. We want this to be a place that students and parents and staff feel is a home away from home and a great place to learn. Board Member Hartwells.
Thank you. So I had actually prepared a little bit of a historical lesson to tie into all of the words that are in this document, tied to Albert Einstein. So I'm going to read that 10 pages to you. No, I'm teasing. I'm not. I'm going to. It's actually quite interesting. No, I'm teasing. I think it's interesting. Photoelectric effect is cool.
Please share it with, after the meeting.
I will say that just about everything, every word in this document resonates with me, in large part because I believe that it is our highest ideals in action. And I am excited to see what the operation component of this that Dr. Kim alluded to earlier. And I understand what is before us here really is ultimately an aspirational goal to establish the Scottsdale Unified School District as a world-class education community. And I will just say, I am in. I am all in. So in closing, I want to also thank the Strategic Plan Design Committee members who have volunteered selflessly their time to think critically, to act collaboratively, and to embrace a diversity of thought, all in the service of their community. So thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Hartwells. Very well said. Are there any other questions or comments? The chair moves to approve action item 12F, approval of vision, mission, and core values. Is there a second?
Second.
Vice President Sanowski seconds. It is moved and seconded to approve action item 12F, approval of vision, mission, and core values. Is there any further debate? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries 5-0. The board will now move to agenda item 16, future items. Board members may propose topics for future consideration. Do any board members have any future topics they would like for future consideration? Board Member Hartwells?
Yes, so anticipation of the expiry of the IIA with the City of Scottsdale Police Department. I would like to consider, I don't know if the right path is to ask Dr. Menzel to form a committee to explore and revisit the substance of the collaboration so that the discussions can start to inform appropriate amendments that update the IIA and embrace the realities of our current challenges with social and emotional health and more contemporary tools that are now available to address those challenges. And I will cite Deputy Rocket as one example of one of those tools. And I will just remind everyone that IIA renews in just a little less than a year now. And when Chief Walther was here, I believe, I understood him to be more keen on starting the conversation sooner than later. And I ask for your feedback, Dr. Menzel, on whether you think that should be a kind of delegation so that it's a committee within the leadership team, or if that's something that you want a member of, or that we feel a member or two of the board should be included. So that is a discussion, but I would like to ask that those efforts start now.
Thank you. Board Member Beckman.
Yeah, I would like to have a further discussion about something that we've initially started, which is the Sports Academy at Saguaro High School.
Thank you very much. Are there any other board members who have future items for consideration? Thank you very much. The board will now move to agenda item 17, dates of upcoming meetings. Our next meeting will be Tuesday, August 10th, 2021 at 6 p.m. That is a special governing board meeting hosted at the MDA. And the following meeting will be Tuesday, August 24th at 2021 at 6 p.m. That is a regular governing board meeting held at Coronado High School here in this room. We will now move to agenda item 18, governing board reports. Do any board members have anything to report? Board member Hart-Wells.
Last time, I actually wish to thank our kind-hearted Officer Steele and our SROs who extended an invitation to the board members to participate in the Teen Academy that's hosted by the City of Scottsdale's Police and Fire Department. And so board member Stanowski and I attended a morning session. They put us through our paces. We got to fight zombies. It was very cool. Some of our SUSD students were there alongside us. So thank you for allowing us that opportunity. It was really cool, actually. And I also had the pleasure of participating in a day at Camp Invention at Laguna Elementary School, and I loved it. And I know several of the schools around the district are also doing Camp Inventions. It was really, really exciting to see. The kindergartners actually made solar-powered crickets jumping across little rivers. Solar cars, battery-powered cars. I thought that was outstanding, and I appreciate the teachers at Laguna allowing me to join them that day.
Thank you. Board member or Vice President Sanowski.
Yes, in addition to our training together, which was a lot of fun. I've had the privilege of working with some community individuals, and we will continue our work this week. Board member Beckman will join us with that, and that is to develop and design a civics symposium for all of our high school students. So I really look forward to that opportunity of working together on that.
Thank you. Are there any other board member reports? Board member Lindsay.
Yeah, I just want to thank the ELD department at Coronado. They gave us this book of Lives on the Page from the Coronado High School ELD students, and it was really touching. Great stories, great pictures, so thank you.
Are there any other board member reports? Well, I would just say that we have been working very hard for the past 6 months, and it has been a pleasure as we move into the break for the next month and a half to have been working with all four of you and our administrative team. I think we've accomplished a lot in a very short period of time, and I don't think we could be where we are today looking at the future, looking at how to improve academic outcomes, how to improve educational opportunities for students, were not for the work that you all do and the hard work you put in every day for preparing for meetings, attending school visits, attending school events. So I really appreciate it, and I look forward to many more, another year and a half. And thank you, Ms. McLennan, for all the work you do. It's a pleasure working with you, and I look forward to continuing that relationship, and I welcome Lori Bird, our new in-house counsel, which is very exciting. So lots of great changes.
It's been my honor and my privilege.
Same. The board will now move to adjournment. The chair moves to adjourn this regular meeting of the Scottsdale Unified No. 48 Governing Board on June 22nd, 2021. The time is 9:37 p.m. Is there a second?
Second.
Board member Beckman seconds. Is moved and seconded to adjourn this regular meeting of the Scottsdale Unified School District No. 48 Governing Board. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries 5-0, and the meeting is adjourned.